Chapter 2077. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios an unstoppable winning streak. Next, I want to see a random battle. I want to see those beauties fight. Someone shouted, already waiting for the next battle. The others were the same, thinking that Lin Ling would enter the arena. However, Lin Ling entered the arena so quickly. You're the next opponent. Something shocking happened. Lin Ling seemed to want to fight two experts in a row. Interesting. As a result, the crowd was finally interested. Could it be that Lin Ling also wanted to challenge the record? The second opponent was also seriously injured. He also came with anger. This person was from the devil race. You want to fight two battles in a row? You're not qualified. The giant from the devil race shouted angrily. Devil Chi burst out majestically, corroding the huge stone martial stage. It's the 1,000-feet devil prison. I've seen his battle before. The devil Chi is very terrifying. It can suppress the opponent's strength to 50%. It's going to be difficult for Lin Ling to win this battle. Many people secretly said, Lin Ling would definitely win, but it would not be easy. The devil Chi was like an invisible tentacle, sweeping towards Lin Ling. Azura Devil Bone. Lin Ling shot out from the devil Chi. The Azura Devil King appeared and punched out. Bang! The giant from the devil race was blasted into pieces. He did not even know that he was dying. How could Lin Ling ignore his 1,000-feet devil prison? The second opponent was also defeated. At this moment, the crowd finally felt that something was wrong. Lin Ling seemed to have won two battles in a row very easily. Can he ignore the devil Chi? An ancient expert said with a serious expression. What a solid foundation. I think not only is he not afraid of the devil Chi, he's also not afraid of the ghost Chi. Remember the first opponent from the ghost race? His soul is also useless against Lin Ling. Another expert said. So powerful? Among the four races, many people's hearts were roaring. Lin Ling was just a human. How could he gather the two great powers of the devil and ghost in his body? This person's martial arts cultivation was too strange. Third round. While everyone was still in shock, Lin Ling said with a smile. It really is a challenge record. The crowd felt as if they had been struck by lightning again. At this point, they were certain that Lin Ling was here to break the record. The third powerhouse was from the celestial race. Fortunately, this person was also an injured powerhouse. It would not take much effort to defeat him. Of course, while it was said to be a fluke, it was actually Lin Ling's deliberate choice. However, after the God race expert landed on the martial stage, he was also furious. Did Lin Ling also want to break the record? Moreover, he had chosen him as a stepping stone. Damn it, he had to kill him. You might be able to beat me, but it won't be easy. The third round is your limit. That celestial race martial artist was not old. In fact, he was a genius from the Sun God nation who possessed the powerful sun ripple flames. His talent was definitely not weak. Furthermore, he knew that Lin Ling was indeed very powerful in the past. Even his idol, the heavenly god Nine Suns, was wary of him. Thus, he had to avenge his idol today. Come, let's see how many moves you need to defeat me. Boom. Golden flames erupted, and the martial stage began to heat up. Lin Ling, you want to win consecutively? Dream on. Unless you give up on entering the top 5 in order to break the record, it's impossible. Far away from the martial stage, Prince Unfettered shouted coldly. When he knew that Lin Ling was going to break the record, he immediately mocked him. Was the record so easy to break? Fallen Mortal's expression was ugly. Lin Ling had already won 2 rounds, and he had not won a single one. In comparison, he was like trash. You must lose, lose, lose. Then, Fallen Mortal roared angrily. Since Lin Ling had chosen to break the record, he naturally would not be afraid. He said frankly, it's just 6 consecutive victories. What qualifications do you have to be proud? Today, I'll let you geniuses see what it means to win consecutively. When these words came out, the geniuses of various races were stirred. Lin Ling was looking down on them. What an arrogant youth. On the other hand, the humans were in high spirits. As expected, no matter where Mad God Lin Ling was, He would never be a mediocre existence. He would always carry confidence and self-improvement. Perhaps it was because of this that he could become the son of desolation. Lin Ling, you can do it. Many people clenched their fists and shouted, their eyes filled with worship. As for the 7 emperors, they smiled bitterly. Lin Ling had really chosen to break the record. How crazy! Or perhaps it could be said that at this moment, he had finally revealed his talent in the 4 races struggle. However, this was indeed the case. Lin Ling had been observing his opponents and evaluating their strength. Now, he had spread his wings and soared high. Damn you, how dare you ignore me? At this moment, on the martial stage, the God Race genius held a golden flame in his hand and rushed towards Lin Ling. He realized that Lin Ling had ignored his attack and was instead talking to someone else. To him, this kind of underestimation was a great humiliation. Sun Ripple Palm. Boom. A terrifying power of law erupted. That genius's palm hit Lin Ling's body, and golden flames burned Lin Ling, crackling non-stop. So simple? That genius was stunned. He had easily attacked Lin Ling? He suddenly became excited, but soon thought of something. In the previous 2 rounds, his opponent had also easily attacked Lin Ling. Could it be? I'm not ignoring you, but you are indeed too weak. Sure enough, from the golden flames, an indifferent voice floated out, followed by a punch. Boom! That fist was imbued with a scorching heat, and it directly turned that genius into dust. You are not qualified to play with fire. 9 Suns God is more like it. A soft voice floated out at the same time, shaking the 100 Years mountain. Swish! Swish! Countless people stood up, their faces full of shock. Lin Ling had won again, and it seemed like he had won very easily. This guy is simply a freak. Others are strong in one field, but he seems to be strong in several fields. Yeah, ghost chi, demonic chi, and even fire immunity. I'm afraid we have underestimated him. However, he might really be able to break the record. After a moment of silence, shocked voices floated out. Bastard! Prince Xiao Yao and the other top geniuses all had ugly expressions. They could see that Lin Ling's battle was very skillful. Not only did he choose opponents who were injured, their strengths were also suppressed by Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling had won more easily than them. It's just a side trick. The next round will be his end. Tianzong Martial God said coldly. Lin Ling wanted to break the record, but he was still far from it. The 4th round. Lin Ling chose his opponent again. An expert from the human race had arrived. This person had white hair and a dignified appearance. He was an expert from the Saint's great domain. Moreover, this person was a hidden expert. Because he could reach the 4th round, it meant that his strength was stronger than the primeval spiritual being and the other giants. You have good taste. You actually chose me to fight. Chapter 2078. Stand out. Do you know what I relied on to get to where I am now? So far, not many people had challenged that mysterious person, but those who had challenged him had all failed. Because of this, no one had challenged him anymore. It was also because he had a type of mysterious power on his body, a power that could reflect all natural laws. He was a rather difficult expert to see through in the 4th round. Therefore, the crowd was extremely puzzled by Lin Ling's choice. I don't know, but I know that I can easily defeat you. Lin Ling said with a smile. Ignorant brat, don't think that you can disregard your seniors just because you have some ability. Let me tell you, I specialize in strength that you will never understand. The mysterious man shouted coldly, and his hands moved rapidly. Complex seals appeared and floated around him. It was extremely dazzling. At the same time, an unfathomable power spread out. Boundary Master. Among the crowd, only the older experts with extraordinary backgrounds could see through that person's methods. That's right, it was a barrier. Enchantments were extremely mysterious existences. For example, placing enchantments on weapons could greatly increase one's strength and allow one to fight against opponents of a higher realm. Although it would take time to place enchantments in a battle, its power was obviously not weak. I cultivated in seclusion for 5,000 years to learn the sacred Ming Hall's sacred ancestral seal. This is the seal that saves the most time in the world, and its defense is extremely strong. Therefore, it's impossible for you to defeat me. The mysterious person said confidently. There seemed to be a bright light flickering above his head. Hee, you are indeed very powerful. However, I can also tell you that the reason why I chose you is because I don't need to expend any energy to defeat you. Lin Ling laughed. Playing with barriers, he was the other's ancestor. You overestimate yourself. This world is full of mysteries. There are many things you don't know. The mysterious man said with a frown. His words were filled with anger, but Lin Ling had already walked forward step by step. Moreover, his hands were moving frequently. What surprised the mysterious man was that the barriers he had set up were being destroyed one by one. There are very few things in this world that I don't know about. Even if there are, they won't appear on you. Lin Ling said with a faint smile as he continued to break the barrier. Boom. The mysterious man looked as if he had been struck by lightning. Impossible, absolutely impossible. His enchantment came from an ancient site. It was said to be the most mysterious enchantment in this world. No one knew or understood it. However, Lin Ling was just a stinky brat. How could he break his enchantment? This must be a dream. 9,999 seals. The mysterious man refused to believe it. His hands moved even more vigorously, and fragments of the barrier surrounded him. Amazing! Seeing this, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of method was very rare. Even the top geniuses were frowning. The barrier's domain was too mysterious. Even if they were to fight, it would be difficult for them to defeat it in a short period of time. Lin Ling can't win. The pink crown prince of the devil race shouted coldly. I'll break your 9,999 seals. However, under the gazes of the crowd, Lin Ling's footsteps did not stop. His blue robe fluttered, and a wisp of the aura of a true world spiritist filled the air. It was as if he could point at the world and control the universe. Bang bang bang. The enchantments shattered one after another. Lin Ling was like a hot knife through butter. To him, when it came to enchantments, no one could compare to Li Xiaoyao. Boom. With the last step, Lin Ling arrived in front of the mysterious man. The mysterious man's face was pale as he said in horror, How did you break my sacred ancestor's seal? This was left behind by the 4 great emperors, Li Xiaoyao. He had finally exposed the origin of his enchantment. It turned out that he had learned it in an ancient site. The person who had left behind the enchantment was the legendary Li Xiaoyao. You've lost. Lin Ling shook his head indifferently. He did not explain anything. Plop. The mysterious man was stunned for a moment. Then, he knelt down and said, Senior, please accept me as your disciple. Boom. Such a scene undoubtedly shook the 100-year mountain. The opponent admitted defeat and then directly became his disciple? This was the first time this had happened in the 4 clans competition. Lin Ling had won too easily. Even Lin Ling was stunned. The reason why he had chosen this opponent was because it was easy to win. However, he had not expected it to be so easy. Senior, please accept me as your disciple. The mysterious man kowtowed. He had been in seclusion for 5,000 years to learn enchantments. This meant that he had a fatal fondness for enchantments. Let's talk about it after the competition. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. This made the mysterious man smile happily. He stood up and said, Senior, the next person can challenge that guy. That guy is also a hidden expert. He came to the 4 clans competition to see the powerful techniques of the various clans. If you let him go, he can admit defeat directly. Lin Ling was even more speechless when he heard this. As for the experts around the 100-year mountain, they were also speechless. If that was the case, Lin Ling would have won 5 consecutive victories easily. Moreover, he did not even sweat during the whole process. That's an unfair victory. If that's the case, we can also make our own people admit defeat. The Pink Prince immediately roared. Bullshit. Is that person one of us? We are only subservient to Senior Lin Ling's spirit formation technique. That's all. This is a defeat without a fight. Besides, we didn't even know Senior Lin Ling before. The mysterious man sneered and retorted. However, his words were true. They were not Lin Ling's friends. They were defeated by Lin Ling's spirit formation level. That also meant that the next opponent was, in reality, the one who lost to Lin Ling's spirit formation. Ho ho, Pink Prince, you seem to be very unconvinced. Naturally, Lin Ling would not be pedantic about rules. He looked into the distance and smiled. You have indeed won with an unfair advantage, the Pink Prince said with an ice-cold expression. Is that so? If you're so unconvinced, come and bite me. After Lin Ling smiled, he lightly shrugged. His indifferent appearance instantly made the Pink Prince gnash his teeth in anger. In the fifth match, another mysterious person went up. It was an old man. Clearly, he was the friend of the previous person. After he went up, he directly knelt. Senior, please give me pointers on the path of spirit formation. Without a doubt, Lin Ling won another match. The entire 100-Year Mountain was in an uproar because of that. 5 consecutive victories. He was only 1 match away from the record. In the 5th match, Lin Ling seems to have passed by luck, but in reality, haven't you all noticed? In the path of ghost, path of demon, path of fire, and path of spirit formation, he is superior to everyone. Suddenly, an expert solemnly said. That made the crowd react. They thought Lin Ling was just lucky, but looking at it now, that was not the case. The reason for that was because Lin Ling was too omnipotent. He was omniscient, perfect, and omnipotent. That also meant that Lin Ling did not pass by luck. He relied on true ability. As expected of the human race's #1 freak. On the side of the mortal realm's big shots, the experts all sighed. Then, one after another, the cheers became even crazier. The human race's blood boiled, and the feeling of honor became even more intense. In the 6th match, if Lin Ling won, then the human race would have 3 record holders. Chapter 2079. The saber would only be strong if the man was strong. Lin Ling's face was calm as he casually pointed at another opponent. It was a young man in his 20s. His cultivation was at rank 1 Martial Emperor realm. On the surface, he looked very ordinary. Perhaps it was because he was too ordinary that Lin Ling had chosen him. It's him, the Demon Blade. However, among the crowd, some of the ancient experts' expressions changed slightly. Especially the top geniuses, all of them began to laugh coldly. Lin Ling seemed to have misjudged. That person wasn't some weakling. 6th match, Lin Ling, your steps also stop here. Heavenly God Jiuyang said with a smile. Many people were puzzled. After all, not everyone knew how powerful that young man was. Really? How about we make a bet? If I beat him, you, Heavenly God 9 sons, will slap yourself 3 times in the face for me? Lin Ling raised his head and smiled, as if he still didn't know how powerful that young man was. Heavenly God 9 sons frowned. Although the young man was very strong, Lin Ling's strength was not to be underestimated. Therefore, he did not dare to take this gamble. Sure, but I have to add a condition. After you win, you must continue to fight in the next round. In that case, not only will Heavenly God 9 sons slap himself 3 times, but I will also slap myself 3 times. Lin Ling, do you dare? Prince Xiao Yao's cold voice drifted out. He knew that Lin Ling might be able to defeat that young man, but he would have to go all out. If that was the case, Lin Ling would be completely exhausted in the next round, and he might even die. Lin Ling, don't agree. Below the martial stage, Yuan Shizi stared at the young man with a bitter smile and quickly shouted. He remembered who that young man was. He didn't think that Lin Ling's luck would be so bad to actually choose such an opponent. If you don't dare, then admit defeat now. Hearing Yuan Shizi's reminder, Yuan Shizi immediately retorted, what right do you have to make him admit defeat? Are you jealous because you are afraid that others will be more dazzling than you? Get lost. Prince Xiao Yao's face turned cold. What Yuan Shizi said was true. He was also afraid that Lin Ling would win 6 matches in a row, just like his glory. Hee, since they want to play, then I'll play with them. I agree. At this moment, Lin Ling, who was on the martial platform, spoke indifferently. Are you sure? Heavenly God Xiao Yao and Heavenly God Xiao Yao exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with shock. Lin Ling shrugged and said, I'm not like you, I don't like to go back on my words. I, Lin Ling, am a man of my word. I agree to this battle, and I'll continue the next battle. If you lose, slap yourselves 3 times. Alright. Hearing this heroic voice, the humans were all shocked. This was a true martial artist of their generation. Lin Ling's words carried enormous weight. They also believed in Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you must win. Not only must you set a new record, you must break their record. The humans cheered. However, Heavenly God Xiao Yao and the others sneered. Break the record? If things went wrong, Lin Ling might end up dead. Moreover, when Lin Ling knew how powerful his opponent was, he would regret it. Why did you choose me? On the martial platform, the indifferent young man, who had been silent, finally spoke. Do you think that because I'm weak, you can crush me? His words carried a sense of superiority and mystery. It was as if he was hiding some powerful trump card. Moreover, he stared at Lin Ling expectantly. He hoped that after he revealed his trump card, Lin Ling would be shocked and even regret challenging him. Therefore, as he spoke, he slowly took out his saber. It was a black saber that looked extremely simple and unadorned. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. With this saber, he had already killed 30 rank 3 martial emperors. He had not expected that he would finally kill a desolate son. He gently caressed the saber as if he was caressing his lover. You don't understand. Moreover, he shook his head as if he thought that Lin Ling did not know about his saber. Stop pretending in front of me. I know that it's a 4-star celestial weapon. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's next words directly destroyed his unfathomable facade. What? You know about my saber? The young man lifted his head and stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling knew that he had a 4-star celestial weapon. Why did he still dare to challenge him? The crowd was in an uproar. They finally knew how powerful the young man was. A 4-star celestial weapon was extremely rare in the 4-tribe competition. Currently, only 2 people were known to have it. This was the 3rd person. Without a doubt, the person who had a 4-star celestial weapon was definitely not weak. He might even be a desolate son. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling had chosen to challenge his opponent despite knowing that he had a celestial weapon. Was he crazy? The expressions of Prince Xiao Yao and the others changed drastically. Lin Ling did not look regretful at all. His master already knew all this. At this moment, Lin Ling stared indifferently at the saber, then shook his head and said, You said that I don't understand saber doctrine. However, from the perspective of sword doctrine, you also don't understand saber doctrine. At this moment, the young man's expression was somewhat ferocious. Because Lin Ling knew about his saber but still challenged him. The scene that he hoped to see in his heart did not appear at all. On the contrary, his unfathomable facade was like a clown dancing, which made him lose all face. How do you know? The young man said in a low voice. Of course I know more than you. Because you rely on the saber in your hand to become stronger. However, you don't know that your saber is extremely disdainful of you. Lin Ling said. Nonsense. The young man was obviously angered. When a saber is strong, you don't strengthen yourself. Your saber is wailing. Lin Ling's voice became colder and colder. You don't understand at all. The Black Fiend has fought side by side with me for many years. It will never wail. The young man seemed to be a little crazy. The saber in his hand finally erupted with a terrifying black aura. The laws reached 70,000. His own laws were only 10,000, but a 4-star immortal weapon increased his laws by 60,000. From this, it could be seen how terrifying a 4-star immortal weapon was. He slashed out with his saber, wanting to kill Lin Ling, who was spouting nonsense. Boom! A huge saber appeared on the martial stage, stirring up the wind and clouds, wanting to break the sky. Countless people trembled in fear. What a terrifying saber! That young man was indeed powerful. However, facing that saber, Lin Ling also drew his sword. When a person strengthens himself, the saber will be strong. Using the saber to kill the enemy is the saber's wail. Because the saber also wants to see you fight for self-improvement. Only then will it not bury the saber. Lin Ling raised his sword. The sword light was steady, but it bloomed with a dazzling light. You only know how to talk nonsense. In front of my 4-star immortal weapon, your sword will break. In the sky, that saber slashed down with a terrifying power of laws. The power of laws was so terrifying that it made it difficult for countless people to breathe. This person's strength was beyond imagination. Without a doubt, he was another son of desolation. However, facing that terrifying saber, a sword slashed out from the ground. The surging power of laws was not weaker than that saber at all. Clang! The saber and sword collided, and an unparalleled shock wave swept out. On the ground below, the sabers and swords in the hands of countless people were all shattered. Clang! Almost at the same time, that terrifying saber in the sky also broke instantly. Chapter 2080. Breaking the record, the youth looked at the saber in his hand, dumbfounded. His saber was broken? His strongest trump card had been shattered? Although he was confident that it would be difficult to defeat Lin Ling, it should not be difficult to bring fatal trouble to Lin Ling. However, the results were often beyond imagination. One sword and he was defeated. Looking at Lin Ling again, he was waving his sword casually. Not to mention bleeding, he did not even sweat. How could you break my saber? The youth pointed at Lin Ling and roared. Without his saber, his strength was only SOSO. Because mine is also a 4-star immortal weapon. Lin Ling smiled and said, your saber is on par with my sword. Unfortunately, your saber is strong, but your person is not. Dang dang dang. The youth took 3 steps back. He understood what Lin Ling meant. His saber was not bad, but his person was too useless. He could not be compared to Lin Ling. You destroyed my saber, you destroyed my saber. I want you dead, I must kill you. After thinking this through, the youth roared hysterically. It could be seen that he had a good relationship with his saber. Are you sure? Lin Ling stopped waving his sword and looked over calmly. His eyes were calm, but there was a strong killing intent. Boom! That gaze was like a torch, causing the youth to react. He quickly admitted his mistake. Sorry, it was a slip of the tongue. Lin Ling smiled. He was sure that if the youth had the strength to kill him, he would not have held back. Sorry, it was not a slip of the tongue. With a slash of the sword, the youth's head was separated and flew up. 6th round, victory. Everyone around the 100 Years Mountain stared with wide eyes. Another record breaker. The son of Huang, Lin Ling, is omnipotent. Ghostly Dao, demonic Dao, flame Dao, spirit Dao, and even his weapon is perfect. This is 100% demonic. No, it's 120%. No one was not surprised because Lin Ling had won the most easily. He had crushed his opponent from all angles and did not even leave a drop of sweat. This was obviously not Lin Ling's full strength. So, what if he used his full strength? Thinking of this, the various geniuses felt great pressure. Mad God Lin Ling had spread his wings and soared high, but when he was mad, they could only look up to him. 7th round. Lin Ling said calmly. Along with his voice, the crowd seemed to forget to breathe. With a casual point, another opponent who was not too strong. How can you choose a weakling? The unfettered Tian was Tian's 10 and Sky. If Lin Ling Tian, he would unfettered Lin Ling. That's right. It's so embarrassing to pick the weaklings every time. Heaven-blessed martial god also spoke up. Because. Lin. Hee, I like it. If you don't like it, come and bite me. Unfortunately, in the face of their anger, Lin Ling simply shrugged. You. At the same time, all the geniuses pointed at Lin Ling and roared. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Only the government can do whatever they want, but not the common people? Didn't you choose the weakest to challenge before? That's right. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for wasting so much effort to challenge the weakest. How can you blame others for your own trash? A lot of reprimands came from the human side. The top geniuses also knew that they were in the wrong, and they all fell silent. In fact, they were not willing to accept Lin Ling's rise. I admit defeat. The expert who went up was from the nation of gods. He was nervous. What a joke. Lin Ling's strength was obvious to all. Even if he fought with his life on the line, he would not be able to block 3 moves from Lin Ling. You dare. Evil god of immortality said with his eyes wide open. He could not let Lin Ling win too easily. If you fight with your life on the line and block 10 moves from him, your mission will be completed. When we go back, we will reward you. 9 Sons said. Okay, I'll fight with my life on the line. Reverse the real source of power. That expert's eyes turned red, and he actually burst out with 80,000 power of laws. Sure enough, those who dared to come out were not simple. There was no trash at all. It could be said that if these people fought with their lives on the line, their strength would not be weaker than the son of famine. 80,000 power of laws, not bad. Lin Ling's eyes revealed a strange look. Hee, you're afraid. That expert knew his mission, and that was to exhaust Lin Ling. You don't have the qualifications to make me fear you. Even though you have a lot of laws, your talent is only at the 3rd grade of the divine rank. My talent is stronger than yours, and my 40,000 laws are comparable to your 80,000 laws. Lin Ling said indifferently. His words caused the expert's face to turn pale, and his previous confidence crumbled. No need to talk nonsense with him. Keep him busy and let him use his full strength. Evil god of immortality said. Seeing Lin Ling so calm and collected, he felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. But that expert roared, 10 moves, I must make you use 10 moves with all your strength. His entire body's aura was magnificent as he pounced at Lin Ling. Every punch and kick was filled with power of laws. But what surprised everyone was that Lin Ling dodged after smiling slightly. He did not want to meet force with force. Fight me if you have the ability. As a result, that expert's eyes turned red. Lin Ling kept dodging. How could he exhaust Lin Ling? He idiot. The angrier the opponent was, the more relaxed Lin Ling was, and the more he did not fight. No, you must fight me for 300 rounds. Take my punch. Don't run. Countless people looked at the martial stage and could only see that expert going crazy. Between his fists and palms, it was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. However, Lin Ling did not fight. Boss, what is he doing? If this goes on, the situation will be disadvantageous to him. Yeah, if he doesn't dare to fight, others will say that he won with an unfair advantage. Little Flame and the 7 emperors were worried. Since they knew Lin Ling, this was the first time they saw Lin Ling use such a method without fighting. Sure enough, Prince Xiaoyao and the others began to talk about Lin Ling's weakness. However, just as they were about to speak, on the martial stage, a sudden change occurred. They saw that the strength of that expert with a magnificent aura seemed to be deflated. All of his laws were lost, and his strength was greatly weakened. Side effects? Everyone's expression changed. That expert seemed to have used some kind of secret technique that caused his strength to increase greatly. However, it was obvious that the secret technique had a time limit. The pitiful thing was that when that expert's aura was at its strongest, Lin Ling did not fight, causing that expert to have nowhere to vent his strength. When that expert's aura weakened, Lin Ling would not let him go. Sure enough, when that expert had just sat down on the ground, Lin Ling had already walked over indifferently. You really want to fight? Pooh. Hearing this, that expert vomited a mouthful of old blood hundreds of meters away. When he was strong, Lin Ling did not fight. When he was weak, Lin Ling came to fight him. I admit defeat. That expert said bitterly. Lin Ling smiled and kicked him out of the martial stage. The 7th round was easily won. Moreover, it was the easiest round he had won. The record was finally broken. Lin Ling had the most consecutive victories among the various geniuses. Chapter 2081. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios' fated battle. Take that powerhouse from before as an example. If Lin Ling could not see the flaw in his mystic technique, Lin Ling would have suffered in this battle. This was what it meant to know oneself and know one's enemy to emerge victorious. Slap yourself 3 times. I don't need to remind you. Lin Ling did not even look at Prince Xiaoyao and the rest. Slap, slap, slap. Heavenly God Nine Sons and Prince Xiaoyao's faces darkened as they slapped themselves. They knew that even if they did not slap themselves, Lin Ling would find a way to make them slap themselves. Who in the 4 races did not know about Lin Ling's viciousness? Of course, if looks could kill, Lin Ling would have been riddled with holes long ago. The enmity between them and Lin Ling had clearly reached a point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. The 3 slaps that they brought shame upon themselves were undoubtedly extremely embarrassing. Many people snickered in secret. Lin Ling. Ha, good. Those 3 slaps are enough to touch the hearts of the people. The number 1 genius of the 4 races. At this point, the human race already knew how powerful Lin Ling was. 7 consecutive victories. Which other genius could achieve that? This also showed the gap between Lin Ling and them. In fact, the top geniuses of the various races also knew this. They looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of reverence. Perhaps, only the human race's heavenly martial god and Prince Xiaoyao, the god race's heavenly god Nine Sons and evil god Immortal, and the devil race's pink crown prince could fight Lin Ling. If the others met Lin Ling, they would only be courting death. 8th battle. Lin Ling's words were shocking. He wanted to create a new record for the 4 races. Boom. Because of Lin Ling, the 100-Year Mountain was once again in an uproar. Those ancient experts felt like they were dreaming. Was this still a cripple? He was not crippled at all. He had even soared into the sky. I admit defeat, the expert on the stage said straightforwardly. However, no one blamed him because they did not think that he could force Lin Ling to use his full strength. 9th battle. Lin Ling's voice floated out again. He was only 1 match away from 10 consecutive victories. Everyone became anxious. Even the ancient great heads hiding in the dark had grave expressions on their faces as they continued to converse. This Lin Ling is too mysterious. If I can find a way, I have to kill him. That's right. With his crazy drive, he will definitely become an ancient giant 3 years later. Where did he come from? Why is he so powerful in every major domain? He can be called a perfect genius. As for the ancient overlords of the human race, they were quite excited. They didn't look at Lin Ling as a junior, but rather as an expert on the same level. This was because Lin Ling was only 1 step away from the top 5. The 9th opponent admitted defeat once again. Lin Ling fell silent and suddenly said, I know that all of you are unconvinced and think that I won too easily. But let me tell you now, it wasn't that I won easily. It was because I knew the difference between me and my opponent, and I was able to choose a way to restrain them. And to restrain the opponent's weakness, this is a must for an expert. As his voice floated out, the 100-Year Mountain fell silent. Everyone agreed with Lin Ling's words. However, some of you won't be satisfied if you don't fight a tough battle. So, I will choose a tough battle for the 10th battle. Lin Ling's voice floated out again. Who are you going to fight? Someone frowned and asked. Who would Lin Ling choose for the final battle? Prince Xiaoyao. Lin Ling's sword pointed towards the distance. Boom. This finger was earth-shattering. This was a real tough battle. Prince Xiaoyao's strength was obvious to all. He was also one of the record holders of 6 consecutive victories. His strength was probably not much weaker than Heavenly God Nine Sons. It was very suitable to use Prince Xiaoyao to prove it. But let me remind you that you have fought 9 consecutive battles. Be careful not to fail miserably. Heavenly God Nine Sons suddenly laughed. 10 consecutive victories? If he lost the final battle, then everything would be a joke. The other top geniuses also had the same thought. Each of them was looking forward to it. Thanks for the reminder. But killing Prince Xiaoyao is extremely easy, Lin Ling said with a smile. His words shocked the top geniuses. Lin Ling is so confident? Actually, Lin Ling didn't have such confidence in the beginning. That was why he kept a low profile in the beginning, because he wanted to see through the strength of the top geniuses. Later on, he finally became confident because he had an estimate of the strength of those top geniuses. Prince Xiaoyao looked at Lin Ling with a gloomy expression, estimating the strength of both sides. But you don't dare? We have known each other for a long time. It's time to end our grudges. Moreover, you have tried to kill me many times. Unfortunately, you failed every time. This is your only chance to kill me. Lin Ling looked at Prince Xiaoyao and said. In the previous battle, Lin Ling might have used 60% or even 70% of his strength while I only used 50%. However, I am injured and he is not. This is my weakness. However, I still have a chance to kill Lin Ling. Prince Xiaoyao pondered and finally floated towards the huge stone martial stage. He agreed to fight. As soon as he landed on the martial stage, he exploded with a terrifying nomological law, instantly reaching 80,000. Moreover, his talent was also displayed. It was a divine grade 6th rank. Obviously, he knew that Lin Ling was not weak. Therefore, he wanted to be the strongest. If he was too weak, he would only be humiliating himself. Kakaka. The huge stone martial stage shook and everyone was shocked. In front of everyone, Prince Xiaoyao's aura rose steadily and the god of slaughter descended. The experts who were close to the martial stage found it difficult to breathe. They were drowned by the slaughter law and turned into one of the slaughter law. This allowed Prince Xiaoyao's nomological law to reach 90,000. This was what it meant to be a genius. This was because the powerful martial emperors, even rank 3 martial emperors, only had 90,000 nomological laws. Ordinary martial emperors only had 30,000 nomological laws at rank 3 martial emperors. However, Prince Xiaoyao was only a rank 1 martial emperor. This was the difference. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Prince Xiaoyao's nomological law was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling, I've known you for a long time. Moreover, we both came from the same place. You've always been my nemesis. I've been waiting for you to grow so that I could devour you. Unfortunately, it's already very difficult for me to devour you when you've grown. Now, let's have a fierce battle. Let's see who is the strongest transmigrator. Prince Xiaoyao's voice was filled with excitement. It seemed that he was very happy to be able to end the battle. I think so too. Lin Ling said coldly as he raised his sword. He was pondering whether he should use the underworld flame. However, he decided to observe the situation for the time being. Then, let's cut the crap. Let's see if you can withstand my nomological power. Murderous qi is overflowing. Prince Xiaoyao floated up and pointed his finger. The nomological law turned into a huge red finger and pointed at Lin Ling from the sky. 60,000 nomological power. Prince Xiaoyao is testing Lin Ling. The crowd said with a grave expression. Lin Ling immediately shouted and the divine demon body appeared. The surrounding space was filled with cracks. He slashed out with his sword and said, World Annihilation. Ka. Chapter 2082. God-killing third layer Qi. As the huge finger approached, it was sliced apart like tofu. You and I are no longer newbies. Therefore, we will compete to see who has more laws. I have devoured 1 billion people. The law of killing has increased greatly. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Prince Xiaoyao was not surprised by the failure of his first move. His long hair fluttered as he pointed out another finger. There were no fancy laws of nature martial arts, just pure power of laws. That finger has reached 70,000 laws. Moreover, it is the law of killing. One finger is comparable to 2 of others. This means that to an ordinary martial emperor, the power of that finger is equivalent to 140,000 laws. However, how can Lin Ling be an ordinary martial emperor? Space, great world extermination. Lin Ling also erupted with all his laws. His own laws are 50,000. With the addition of tyrannical song sword, his laws are above 50,000. Moreover, he has yet to activate the hidden laws of tyrannical song sword. Scram! A dazzling sword ruthlessly slashed out, causing the law of space to resist the huge finger like lightning. Rumble! A deafening sound echoed. Everyone saw that Lin Ling was forced back by the finger. Good! Those peak geniuses became excited. Lin Ling is not Prince Xiaoyao's opponent. Break for me! However, after Lin Ling was forced back, He activated the law of tyrannical song sword and slashed down from the sky. Gotcha! That huge finger was split into two. With a loud bang, the world shook. Many experts were implicated by the aftershock and turned into ashes. Terrifying, this is a battle between heaven and earth experts. So intense. Prince Xiaoyao is indeed worthy of being the son of desolation. Lin Ling is not weak either. However, Lin Ling is clearly at a disadvantage. The crowd discussed spiritedly. Those who know Lin Ling clenched their fists. Hee, if that's all you have, then try 90,000 laws. Prince Xiaoyao was getting more and more confident. He wanted to crush Lin Ling with numbers. Although Lin Ling's talents seemed to be somewhat extraordinary, he had even more laws. Kill him. Empyrean God Nine Sons and the others could also sense that Prince Unfettered's advantage in laws was even greater. As for Lin Ling, it looked like he only had about 70,000 at the moment. God of Death's 3 transformations, life-killing treasure technique. The 90,000 laws formed a cloud of killing intent that blotted out the sky and covered the sun. It caused the heavens and earth to darken as if the heavens and earth were about to be overturned. That terrifying killing intent seemed to have gathered all the Tao of slaughter in the mortal world. And within the killing cloud, a man covered in blood appeared. A saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed down viciously. God of Slaughter's 3 transformations. This was the first change. Seeing this, the giants of the mortal world gasped. In the past, the murdering gate cultivated this technique. Rumor has it that after reaching the 3rd transformation of the murdering god, the entire world would perish. This was a type of martial Tao where it was either you die or I die. As soon as that law appeared, even Heavenly God Nine Sons and the others' expressions turned serious. Prince Unfettered was no simple character. At this moment, the saber in the sky was like the saber of the god of slaughter as it slashed down viciously, stirring up endless winds and clouds. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he felt a huge pressure. He had to erupt with even more strength. He gripped the sword a little tighter. On the huge sword, the laws of space roared. Tyrannical singing sword, you have followed me for so many years. Today, we will fight side by side and end this fated battle. Lin Ling soared into the sky as a sword came from the horizon. His laws of space also erupted crazily. 50,000, 60,000, 70,000, 80,000, 90,000. Boom. The sky seemed to split open, giving people a feeling that Lin Ling's laws of space seemed to be able to roam the world at will. What? Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Lin Ling had actually hidden his laws of space. How could his laws of space be so powerful? They did not know that the 4-star immortal weapon, tyrannical singing sword, actually hid more than 60,000 laws of space. However, there were some laws that needed to be activated. The greater the pressure, the more laws there were. This was specially forged by Lin Ling. And this kind of immortal weapon had an advantage. The more it fought, the stronger it became. Even if Lin Ling became a cripple, he could still use tyrannical singing sword to erupt with terrifying laws, especially in a life and death situation. Rumble. Space and killing intent collided, shocking the world. Are these guys still desolation children? That is the strength of the ancient giants of the human world. The human race is really full of geniuses. No one was not shocked by this battle. Moreover, in this battle, Lin Ling and Prince of Unfettered had both displayed their strength. This kind of strength shocked even the ancient giants. Moreover, they saw that Lin Ling's sword had begun to suppress the god of slaughter's saber. How can he be so strong? As a transmigrator, I should be nobler than him. Prince of Unfettered's expression changed. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice floated over. Although we are both transmigrators, my background is 100 times stronger than yours. Hearing this, Prince of Unfettered frowned. However, he soon sneered, very powerful strength. Unfortunately, I have been waiting for this moment. Second layer of God of Slaughter realm. He roared towards the sky, causing the killing intent clouds in the sky to gradually turn into a sea of blood. In the sea of blood, someone holding a saber moved forward. Everywhere he passed, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This person had killed countless lives to reach here. The number of lives he had killed was simply uncountable. Slaughter sect, one generation of sect master devouring another generation. The accumulated killing intent was naturally terrifying. Now, Prince of Unfettered had erupted with 120% of his strength. Compared to my background, you are far inferior. The cold voice was like a saber, entering everyone's ears. Moreover, everyone saw that Lin Ling's laws were being absorbed like a tide. Absorbing Lin Ling's laws? What a heaven-defying slaughter Dao. Prince of Unfettered had 90,000 laws. After absorbing Lin Ling's 90,000 laws, that was 180,000 laws. Even a rank 5 martial emperor would die if he faced Prince of Unfettered. This was the son of desolation, Prince of Unfettered. Lin Ling, admit defeat immediately. Many voices came from the human side. The number of laws was too terrifying. Lin Ling no longer had any laws left. If he continued to fight, he would definitely die. Brother Ling. Yu and the others shouted worriedly. At this moment, Lin Ling was holding his sword and resisting the laws in the sky. What was surprising was that his face was still calm. No one knew what he was thinking. In fact, even if his laws were being sucked dry, he would not be surprised. That was because he was Li Xiaoyao. It was also because he had fought the previous sect master of the Slaughter sect many times. He knew what his opponent's trump card was. In fact, in order to face this trump card, he had specially forged a new tyrannical song sword. Boom! Lin Ling was suppressed by the law of slaughter and smashed into the huge stone martial stage. If the martial stage was not big enough, he would have fallen off and lost. Compared to my background, you are still too inexperienced. I have won this fated battle. Looking at his masterpiece, Prince of Unfettered's hair fluttered in excitement. He could finally devour Lin Ling and resolve the flaw in his martial heart. Chapter 2083. Entering the top 5 in advance. How strong! Lin Ling hasn't lost yet. Seeing that person, many people sucked in a breath of cold air because they could sense that Lin Ling no longer had any law energy. This battle isn't over yet. At this moment, Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. His sword slashed towards the sky, and something terrifying happened. It was as if the sword was activated at the moment of life and death. A law energy was born. 2, 3, 100, 1000. Lin Ling's body began to fly towards the sky. Although his speed was slow, it was obvious that he was reversing the situation. This was a fight to the death. This was also the unique characteristic of the tyrannical song sword. If you don't go crazy, you won't survive. How is this possible? What kind of sword is that? Prince Xiaoyao stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling was too mysterious. He couldn't see through him at all. The sword that defeated your slaughter sect in the past. On the martial stage, Lin Ling's cold voice floated out. With a sword in hand, the world is mine. This sword is the bane of life. Under Lin Ling's voice, the crowd saw that Lin Ling's sword not only activated a new law energy, it was also absorbing the murderous intent in the sky. Reverse absorption. Previously, Lin Ling's law energy was absorbed, and now Lin Ling was absorbing it? Impossible! Prince Xiaoyao roared even louder. How could such a strange thing happen? Lin Ling smiled. His smile was extremely cold. The sword in his hand seemed to be hungry, and the law energy became even more terrifying. Break for me! With a slash, the law energy increased crazily, reaching 50,000, 60,000, 70,000, 80,000, and finally over 100,000. Rumble! The sword broke through the blood river. It was as if killing was stopping killing, causing all the murderous intent in the world to disappear. A dazzling light appeared in the sky. No one could see through that dazzling sword. After all the commotion was over, they could only see the blue-robed young man in the sky pointing his ancient sword forward. And in front of Prince Xiaoyao's neck, there was a sword pointing at him. This scene stirred the hearts of the people. Lin Ling had won. We are both transmigrators, but you can't compare to me. Lin Ling said indifferently, causing Prince Xiaoyao's body to tremble. In the past, he had first met Lin Ling in Star-Picking Nation. At that time, Lin Ling was like an ant. He, Prince Xiaoyao, looked at Lin Ling from a lofty position. He felt that Lin Ling, who was also a transmigrator, was too pathetic and could not be compared to him at all. But now Lin Ling was pointing a sword at him. That kind of feeling was like the river flowing east for 30 years, then 30 years to the west. At this moment, he couldn't be arrogant anymore. "Who the hell are you?" Prince Xiaoyao asked. He had the Imperial Exterminator's inheritance and was destined to become a venerable emperor. How could Lin Ling defeat him? This was something he couldn't understand at all. Lin Ling looked deeply at Prince Xiaoyao and said, "In fact, as transmigrators, we should support each other instead of fighting among ourselves. Dream on. A mountain can't hide two tigers. Between you and me, only one can live." Prince Xiaoyao shouted coldly. "So, you must kill me no matter what? How pitiful. For the sake of your empty ambition, you provoked someone you can't afford to provoke. You, Prince Xiaoyao, are really pitiful." Lin Ling shook his head. In fact, if Prince Xiaoyao hadn't pushed him too far, he really wouldn't have wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, sometimes, even if you didn't want to kill, others would force you to. In this world, there is no one that I, Prince Xiaoyao, can't afford to provoke. If you hadn't unexpectedly defeated me today, in the future, I would have swept away all the ancient giants. Prince Xiaoyao looked into the distance and said confidently. He finally understood that this world was fair. He had come here against the heavens, but the heavens had arranged a nemesis for him, and that was Lin Ling. Your goal is not bad, and your ambition is big. However, I don't object to it, but you must not provoke me. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. It's time for this fated battle to end. "Who are you?" Prince Xiaoyao asked again. He had been puzzled because, according to fate, he should be the one who came here with the fate of the heavens and earth. Sush. Lin Ling sighed and slashed out with his sword. Then he turned around and left. A sword mark appeared on Prince Xiaoyao's neck, but a voice rang in his ears. "I'm Li Xiaoyao." Boom. Before he died, his heart exploded. Li Xiaoyao, the fated opponent of the Imperial Exterminator. He had defeated the Imperial Exterminator several times, so he was very familiar with the Imperial Exterminator. No wonder Lin Ling could defeat him. Moreover, he had the Imperial Exterminator's inheritance and thought that he had a strong backer. However, Lin Ling was even more terrifying. He was actually the first emperor of the 4 great eras. Sure enough, as a transmigrator, there was no one who was the most heaven-defying. There was only one who was more heaven-defying. Prince Xiaoyao's eyes almost popped out. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He knew that his death wasn't in vain. Seeing him fall, the 100-year mountain was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Lin Ling had won the 10th match. Moreover, his opponent was the powerful Prince Xiaoyao. Now, who would dare to say that Lin Ling won the matches by luck? Moreover, this also meant that Lin Ling's strength could probably enter the top 5. It also meant that Lin Ling had achieved his goal in the 4-race tournament. Because other than Tianzong Shun Wu, Pink Crown Prince, and 9 Suns God, who else could be a match for Lin Ling? Who would have thought that a genius in the top 5 would emerge? Today, Lin Ling gave us too much of a surprise. There's no need for Lin Ling to participate in the 4-race tournament anymore. Among the various races, solemn voices sounded. They saw a dazzling star rising up, soaring into the sky and illuminating the entire world. He's actually so powerful. The top geniuses of the various races looked solemn. No one dared to fight Lin Ling anymore. Even 9 Suns God and the others felt that Lin Ling was very difficult to deal with. It seems that Lin Ling won't have any opponents in the next 10 matches. Then he has passed the 4th round in advance. At this moment, a voice sounded from the sky. In fact, although it was said that Lin Ling had passed the 4th round, he was actually qualified to participate in the Genesis battle. As expected of my idol, the legendary Lin Ling of the mortal world. Who dares to not admit defeat? After a brief moment of silence, The human side erupted into thunderous cheers. Even the 7 emperors smiled bitterly. The current Lin Ling was probably stronger than them. Most importantly, Lin Ling was only a level 1 martial emperor. What if he reached level 3 martial emperor? It was unimaginable. After Lin Ling returned, Yuan Shi and the others stared at Lin Ling in shock. Freak. Monster. One by one they spoke. They were all desolates, but the gap between their strength was too big. Brother Ling, you're so powerful. Yu and Yuer smiled happily and left kisses on Lin Ling's cheeks. Lin Ling smiled. The effect of the previous battle was very obvious. Now he had become the first expert to enter the top 5. This also saved him a lot of time. Next, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate, recovering from his injuries. The previous battle seemed simple, but he had also suffered heavy injuries. Chapter 2084. The Clash of Auras. The 4th round became very ordinary. Perhaps it was because Lin Ling was too dazzling in the previous rounds. Gradually, the 4th round ended. There were not many people left, not even enough for the top 20. They had to compete for the top 5 spots, and there were only 4 spots left because one of them was taken by Lin Ling. Therefore, the following battles were more intense than expected. On Lin Ling's side, the Spirit Tribe's Crown Prince was eliminated. Yuan Shi, Yu, and Yuer were still fighting. Lin Ling was keeping an eye on their opponents. He estimated that other than the 3 strongest from each tribe, Yu and the rest were not afraid of anyone else. However, in Lin Ling's heart, Yu and Yuer were definitely going to enter the top 5. If anyone tried to stop them, then he would eliminate them. The following 5th round in Lin Ling's eyes was a little dull. However, although Lin Ling was going to enter the top 5, he still had to fight. Without a doubt, when Lin Ling went up, the Demon Tribe expert's face was very strange. He was hesitating whether to fight to the death or admit defeat. However, just as Lin Ling raised his hand, the Demon Tribe expert let out a strange cry and admitted defeat. The crowd was astonished for a moment, then they started to mock him. That devil expert was too embarrassing. On the Demon Tribe's side, the experts' faces were ugly. However, they did not blame the Demon Tribe expert because Lin Ling was too strong. Even if the Demon Tribe expert used his full strength, the result would be the same. However, losing was one thing, but being scared to the point of screaming was a little embarrassing. Lin Ling easily passed the 5th round. On the other hand, Yu and the others did not encounter any decent opponents. On the contrary, Yuan Shi encountered a genius of the divine race. Although he was not one of the 4 absolute geniuses of the divine race, his strength was not weak either. However, Yuan Shi was confident that he could defeat him. However, at the critical moment of the battle, Yuan Shi heard a voice. "Try beating him if you dare." The voice came from one of the 4 absolute geniuses of the gods, the undying evil god. This made Yuan Shi astonished. Threatening him? Obviously, the genius who was participating in the competition had a good relationship with the evil god of immortality, which was why the evil god of immortality wanted to ensure that the genius would pass. The humans immediately began to clamor, their voices mixed with anger. Evil god of immortality was too arrogant. He actually dared to threaten the contestants. Don't think that just because you're one of the 4 absolute geniuses, you can control everything. This elimination is based on strength. The undying evil god is too arrogant. Voices rose one after another. Hee, just a bunch of trash. In the face of those angry shouts, evil god of undying only smiled coldly and appeared to be at ease. This isn't fair. The elimination is based on the 2 people on the martial stage. Outsiders are trying to influence the result with words. That's against the rules. The human realm great leader shouted unwillingly. An expert should have no distractions in his heart. If he is affected by external factors, it means that his strength is not up to standard. To everyone's surprise, a majestic voice came from the sky. It was from the divine king of the nation of God. Moreover, in order to intimidate the human realm great leader, and also to raise the prestige of the nation of God, the divine king spoke with a terrifying aura that directly attacked the human realm great leader. The human realm great leader that stood up for Primeval Master felt a sweet taste in his throat. He was slightly injured from the shock, and he also fell silent. With his strength, he was clearly no match for the ancient great leader. Everyone who saw this scene secretly clenched their fists. The divine race had gone too far. But what made them helpless was that the ancient great leader of the human race remained silent. It seemed that they were all swallowing their anger for the sake of the big picture. "Ha, did you hear that? Try and beat me if you dare. I can tell you that even if you win, you will still die when you meet evil god of immortality in the next round." With someone backing him up, the divine race great leader on the martial stage suddenly laughed out loud, his aura extremely arrogant. Seeing this, Primeval Master's face became very gloomy. In fact, he was not afraid of evil god of immortality, but he did not expect evil god of immortality to be this arrogant. Moreover, the ancient great leader of the divine race was also very shameless, openly bullying the weak. And this obviously affected him. Because he had scruples in his heart, it was difficult for him to use his full strength. As a result, he was surrounded by danger. On the other hand, the divine race great leader's aura was constantly rising. But at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. "Try and beat him if you dare." As soon as this voice fell, the 100-year mountains suddenly fell silent. Previously, the divine race great leader had threatened Primeval Master, but now it seemed that someone was threatening the divine race great leader. Everyone looked around and suddenly realized that the person who spoke was actually Lin Ling. Lin Ling, he stood up for Primeval Master. This unforeseen event shocked everyone in the 4 races. The human race was immediately overjoyed, as if they saw a flag protecting them. "How dare you?" Evil god of immortality stared at Lin Ling angrily. He also did not expect Lin Ling to stand up for Primeval Master. "Loser, get lost." Lin Ling's expression was calm, but he looked straight at the evil god. His cold words made the evil god of immortality furious. He and Lin Ling looked at each other. In an instant, 2 terrifying auras swept out in all directions with the 100-year mountain as the center. The invisible auras were so strong that everyone forgot about the battle on the giant stone martial arts platform. And this was also the clash of auras between the strongest geniuses of the human race and the divine race. "Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant." Evil god of immortality's heart was filled with murderous intent. Even the great leader of the human race did not dare to refute him. He was famous, but who knew that Lin Ling would dare to refute him, making him lose all his dignity? How could he swallow this anger? "I can tell you, you better not meet me in the upcoming competition, or you'll die. Of course, if you don't meet me, that's because you're lucky. But after the competition, I'll still kill you. I'll kill you like a dog." In the face of evil god of immortality's anger, Lin Ling said indifferently. At this moment, he had to support Yuan Shizi. If he did not stand up for Yuan Shizi, who would? "I'll kill you like a dog." The entire 100-year mountain was filled with Lin Ling's voice, frivolous and arrogant. That cold voice made evil god of immortality's heart roar. He wanted to clench his teeth and refute, but he realized that his body and mind had betrayed him. He actually believed Lin Ling's words. Moreover, he had reason to believe because the current Lin Ling could kill him like a dog. Most importantly, even if he did not meet Lin Ling in the competition, after the competition, Lin Ling could explode even more, such as the ancient Empyrean divine crow and so on. He would die even faster. Silence. Evil god of immortality was silent. "All right, you were so arrogant before, why don't you dare to speak now?" Evil god of immortality is afraid of Lin Ling. The experts of the human race were stunned for a moment, and all of them became excited. In the clash between the strongest geniuses of the 2 races, Lin Ling had clearly won, using his aura to suppress evil god of immortality. Chapter 2085. The final round. As for the ancient giant of the god race, he was silent at this moment. No one knew what he was thinking. Of course, some people guessed that the ancient giant of the god race did not dare to attack Lin Ling because Lin Ling was a participant, unlike the previous giants of the human world. "You dare to attack him?" Lin Ling also knew this. At this moment, he looked at the martial arts platform. Plop. The genius from the god race looked at Lin Ling. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He fell to the ground and lost the will to fight. Even if he could win, Lin Ling would kill him after the competition. Therefore, he did not dare to fight anymore. Most importantly, there were too few geniuses in the god race who could fight against Lin Ling. Since he had lost the will to fight, Yuan Shixi won without any suspense. Of course, without the threat of evil god of immortality, he could still win. It was just that he did not have the confidence to win. After landing on the stage, Yuan Shixi hurried to Lin Ling and bowed respectfully. "Thank you." Lin Ling smiled brightly. "I'm on your side." "Thank you." Just the words "on your side" made Yuan Shixi excited. In the previous situation, even if his master was not dead, he would not dare to stand up for him. However, Lin Ling was willing to sacrifice himself for his friend. How could Yuan Shixi not be moved? The experts from the other races also stared at Lin Ling. They realized that the terrifying genius from the human race was very cold to his enemies, but he was very good to his own people. They all had a misconception. What if they were from the human race? Wouldn't they be under Lin Ling's protection? This misconception made them speechless. They were jealous of Yuan Shixi and the others. Let him be arrogant first. Let's go. As for the geniuses from the god race, although they were not satisfied, they had to swallow their anger. Even heavenly god Zhuyang temporarily endured. At the end of the day, the heavenly god of 9 suns lacked a tough battle. Thus, he wasn't guaranteed to enter the top 5. In terms of intimidation, he was clearly inferior to Lin Ling. As for the heaven-blessed martial god of the human race, his expression was extremely ugly because Lin Ling had unknowingly become the leader of the human race. As for him, he was only a passerby. The 5th round was finally over. 10 people had passed. The most dazzling final round had arrived. Among these 10 people, only 5 had the qualifications to enter the top 5. Once they entered the top 5, their goal today would be achieved. The blood of the entire 100-year mountain was boiling. All the experts of the various races were supporting their own geniuses. The rules of the 6th round were very simple. It was still an elimination system. You could choose your opponent. Moreover, everyone had 2 chances. If you lost both, then you would be completely eliminated. However, even though 2 rounds seemed like a lot, the opponent in the first round was very strong. If he was exhausted from the battle, then he might lose if he met a weaker opponent in the next round. Therefore, the first battle was very important. "Lin Ling, you go first." A voice came from the sky. Because Lin Ling had entered the top 5, he had the qualifications to fight first. Lin Ling looked at the remaining 9 people. The human race had the heaven-blessed martial god, Yu, and Yuer, and Yuan Shixi. The devil race had the pink crown prince and Mo Jiao. The ghost race had the ghost emperor. As for the celestial race, it was the heavenly god of 9 suns and evil god of immortality. "You, evil god of immortality, get up here." Without much consideration, Lin Ling looked at the evil god of immortality and said, "Heroic spirit." Lin Ling is going to fight the evil god of immortality. This battle will definitely be exciting. According to Lin Ling's strength, the evil god of immortality shouldn't be his opponent. However, Lin Ling should be at his limit. If the evil god of immortality is confident, he also has a chance to defeat Lin Ling. A lot of voices came from the 100 Years Mountain. No matter what, Lin Ling's name had shaken the 4 races. As long as he didn't die, his future was limitless. "I admit defeat." Under everyone's gaze, the evil god of immortality's gloomy face finally spat out an extremely embarrassing voice. He knew how strong Lin Ling was. If they really fought, his chances of winning were very slim. Most importantly, even if he won by luck, he would definitely be seriously injured. The others would naturally hit him when he was down. Therefore, admitting defeat was the best choice. Admitting defeat so easily? Evil god of immortality, how embarrassing! The human race cheered. Lin Ling had become famous. Not many people dared to fight him. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He wasn't surprised by this result. The second battle, Pink Crown Prince. At this time, a voice came from the sky again. The crowd became nervous. Who would the Pink Crown Prince choose? It was said that the Pink Crown Prince and Lin Ling had a deep grudge. Perhaps, the strongest geniuses of the two races would fight each other. Such thoughts spread throughout the 100 Years Mountain like a tide. Everyone wanted to see the battle between the strongest geniuses. Do you dare to fight him? Heavenly God Nine Sons showed an interested look. He looked at the Pink Crown Prince and asked. The Pink Crown Prince ignored him. After walking out, he looked at the remaining opponents. Finally, his gaze landed on Lin Ling. He actually wanted to fight Lin Ling. However, he had the same thought as everyone else. If he fought Lin Ling, it would be troublesome to face the other opponents. For example, Heavenly God Nine Sons and so on. Therefore, fighting Lin Ling now wasn't beneficial. Evil God of Immortality, it's still you. In the end, he chose the last genius of the ghost race. Many people sighed. Dragons don't coexist with snakes. The facts before their eyes had proven once again that Lin Ling was the #1 genius among the various races. Even the Pink Crown Prince didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. Evil God of Immortality's face turned ugly. He didn't expect the Pink Crown Prince to challenge him. Because if he lost another battle, he would be eliminated. And all of this was brought about by Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling had won a battle against him, it led to the others hitting him when he was down. And this was the cruelty of the final round. As long as a weakness appeared, others wouldn't show mercy and would directly crush it. However, it was a fight to the death. Evil God of Immortality clearly had no other choice. The two appeared on the giant stone martial arts platform and looked at each other from afar. After a series of words, the two great god-fiend geniuses made their moves. For Evil God of Immortality to be one of the 4 absolute geniuses of the god race, there was no need to doubt his strength. As for the Pink Crown Prince, he was even more mysterious. He was the youngest devil king of the devil race. According to legend, as long as he didn't fall, he would definitely be a great devil king in the future. So strong. If I were to fight with Evil God of Immortality, I'm afraid it would take more than 500 rounds to determine the victor. Primeval Beginning frowned as he stared at the martial arts platform. The laws there were extremely crazy. Evil Chi and Devil Chi were colliding. Although Evil God of Immortality's overall strength isn't comparable to Pink Crown Prince, when he fights to the death, his overall strength can increase by 10 to 20%. Moreover, the mysterious spear in his hand is quite powerful. It's half a step into the ranks of 4-star immortal weapons. Therefore, Pink Crown Prince won't fight force with force at the beginning. If he gets injured, it will be disadvantageous for the next battle. Lin Ling explained. Then does Evil God of Immortality have a chance to win? Yu asked curiously. No chance at all. Chapter 2086. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Heaven-blessed martial god's choice. At this moment, the battle on the martial stage was getting more and more intense. All sorts of lights shot up into the sky, dazzling everyone. One could vaguely see an evil god holding a long spear, as if he was the lord of the world, sweeping through everything like a hot knife through butter. On the other hand, the Pink Prince surprisingly kept his aura, and could only stubbornly resist the attacks of Evil God Immortal. Could it be that Evil God Immortal can counterattack? Many people had such guesses, but clearly, they were overthinking it. Because Evil God Immortal was fighting with his life on the line, he couldn't maintain his crazy momentum forever. As his aura weakened, Pink Prince finally unleashed a terrifying power of law. Your arrogance has come to an end, Great Devil Kingdom. Countless power of law shot out from Pink Prince's body like meteors. If one looked closely, it was as if he had opened the door to the Devil Kingdom, allowing the devil race to step into the human world. 100,000 demonic soldiers. Each demonic soldier was a law, which meant that he had unleashed 100,000 laws. This was also the second genius after Lin Ling to unleash 100,000 laws. How are you so strong? Evil God Immortal began to panic. How could his laws be compared to his opponents? It could be said that those who could unleash 100,000 laws were the first batch of geniuses. He was still far from that height. Kiki, you underestimate me too much. Pink Prince revealed a sinister smile. Under his control, the army of the Devil Kingdom drowned evil god Immortal. Clang. Until a broken spear fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble, the battle finally ended. Cracks appeared on the mysterious spear, but everyone could clearly see that it was evil god Immortal's spear. Looking at the martial stage again, there was still demonic chi, but evil god Immortal had disappeared. He's dead. The first genius to fall among the 10. The crowd began to sigh. Was being eliminated the same as death? As for heavenly god Zhuyang of the god race, his face was cold. He looked deeply at Pink Prince, but still remained silent. The nation of gods' goal was to get one of the 5 spots. That was enough. For example, if evil god of immortality could get a spot, it would be great. But if he failed, the nation of God would not be angry. In fact, the ancient giants of the other races also thought the same. No matter what, they had to obtain a spot and become a seeded contestant. 3 years later, they would participate in the Genesis battle together with them. Then, the next contestant appeared. It was Yuan Shizi. At this moment, his expression was grave because none of his next opponents were pushovers. Who should he choose? In the end, he chose the devil race's devil pride. Brother Ling, will Yuan Shizi win? Looking at the 2 people on the stage, Yu said worriedly. Yuan Shizi was their friend. She naturally hoped that he would win. If Yuan Shizi is courageous enough, he can win. Otherwise, both sides will suffer great losses. Lin Ling looked at the giant stone martial platform and sighed. Yuan Shizi was already praiseworthy for coming this far. However, it would be very difficult for him to defeat Mo. Of course, it would be difficult for the latter to defeat him as well. Both of them were geniuses on the same level. However, Yuan Shizi actually had a chance to win. It was just that the danger was greater. This was because Lin Ling noticed that Mo was the kind of devil race warrior who became fiercer the more he fought. Therefore, to defeat him, it was best to use all of his strength from the beginning and put his life on the line. Unfortunately, Yuan Shizi's battle experience was too rich and he was never careless. The advantage of this was that he could win 7 out of 10 battles. The disadvantage was that if he was too cautious, he would miss the opportunity to defeat his opponent. Sometimes, when opponents were evenly matched, it was a battle of the mind. Lin Ling said his thoughts, and Yu and the others nodded. Sometimes, I wonder if you are the reincarnation of an old monster. Why can't we see it but you can? Emperor Lisho and the others were also beside him. When they heard Lin Ling's words, they all smiled bitterly. Hearing this, Lin Ling also smiled helplessly. But he was indeed the reincarnation of an old monster. And the result of the battle on the giant rock martial arts platform was as Lin Ling had guessed. The 2 of them ended in a draw, and both of them were injured. As a result, the 2 of them lost their chance because the remaining geniuses would definitely challenge them in the following battles. Soon, when it was Heavenly God Zhuyang's turn to go on stage, he killed the Devil Race warrior and dealt a heavy blow to Pink Crown Prince. The next battle was Yu's turn. She listened to Yuan Shizi's suggestion and challenged him directly, winning easily. Yuan Shizi was also completely eliminated. However, one should not let one's own fertile water flow into one's own fields. Benefiting Yu was definitely better than benefiting others. The remaining opponents were Heavenly God Zhuyang, Heaven-blessed Martial God, Pink Crown Prince, Lin Ling, and Yu. Lin Ling's women are so powerful. They actually made it to the end. This result is beyond imagination. Moreover, there are actually 4 humans who made it to the end. TSK, impressive. Looking at the remaining geniuses, the elites of the 4 races were shocked. They did not expect Yu and the others to make it to the end. Heaven-blessed Martial God also went on stage very quickly. His gaze swept across the remaining opponents, his brows tightly knitted together. Clearly, there were not many choices left for him. However, if he wanted to win, Yu and Inuer were actually the best choices. Because they had cultivated for the shortest time, they were probably not the strongest. However, These two women were the people he liked the most and the only ones he had ever loved in his life. Therefore he hesitated. Could it be that he should fight Lin Ling? This was the first time in heaven-blessed martial god's life that he had pondered for so long. He really wanted to fight Lin Ling. In fact, he was jealous of Lin Ling's rise. However, if he fought Lin Ling, both sides would suffer great losses. In that case, the godly and demon races would have an easy time. Although the Tianzong martial god didn't like Lin Ling, he was still generous and supported the human race when it came to the greater good. Because he was from the human race. While heaven-blessed martial god was looking at Lin Ling was also looking at him. He reckoned that heaven-blessed martial god was about to challenge him. Lin Ling opened his arms and welcomed the challenge. It was time to settle some grudges. In the past, he had told heaven-blessed martial god that if he did not oppose him, Lin Ling, he would welcome him and treat him as Yu and the other's older brother. Unfortunately, heaven-blessed martial god was too arrogant and chose to oppose Lin Ling in the end. Lin Ling also faced him head-on. Are you still hesitating? Lin Ling stole your woman. Heavenly God Zhuyang said with a smile. His words were calm, but there was a hint of temptation in them. It would be great if the two top geniuses of the human race could kill each other. Chapter 2087. Heaven-chosen martial artist vs. Pink Prince. They're just women. What's there to care about? As long as you become the sovereign of heaven and earth, what kind of woman can't you have? You'd better not be too stubborn. You're a heaven-blessed martial artist, but lust is a knife above the character of character. Pink Crown Prince also spoke coldly. Hearing these words, Tianzong's eyes flashed. He glanced at Yu and the others, causing Lin Ling to frown. Did Tianzong want to fight Yu and the others? I'm sorry, but I can be very stubborn sometimes. So, Pink Prince, let me fight you. Surprisingly, heaven-blessed martial artist chose Pink Crown Prince in the end. What? This choice was undoubtedly beyond everyone's imagination. Yu and the others' expressions changed slightly. They were extremely surprised. Even Lin Ling was the same. His view of the heaven-blessed martial artist had quietly changed. Although this person was arrogant, it was undeniable that he still had his own principles. Pink Crown Prince was stunned for a moment. Then his face turned ugly. Previously, he was trying to bewitch the heaven-blessed martial artist. Who would have thought that the other party would not be fooled at all? Instead, he challenged him directly. You will die. This made Pink Crown Prince furious. Hee, if you have the ability, then say it. Heaven-blessed martial artist floated above the giant stone martial platform. He extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. Pink Crown Prince also appeared, and the two of them stood several hundred meters apart. A great battle was about to break out. I've long wanted to try your god-slowing path, Great Devil Kingdom. Crackle. Pink Crown Prince erupted with a terrifying power of law. His body opened up the Devil Kingdom, allowing the Devil Race army to descend. I also want to test the power of your Devil Kingdom's Crystal Master. A sword appeared in the heaven-blessed martial warrior's hand. His aura was still as arrogant as ever as he slashed out. Something mysterious happened. Everything on the martial arts platform slowed down. This was his innate talent. Reaching the 7th grade of the divine rank was also known as the divine slow path. Under his innate talent, many things would slow down. When martial artists clashed, speed was extremely important. Even laws were the same. As for his sword, it brought with it a dark blue light. There were illusions of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, as well as the setting of the sun and the rising of the moon. This sword contained 80,000 laws. Rumble. In the Devil Nation, the terrifying Devil Race army attacked. At this moment, the Pink Crown Prince was like a great Devil King. Heaven-blessed martial god was like an assassin. Amidst thousands of soldiers and horses, he charged toward the Pink Crown Prince to kill the enemy leader. The entire giant rock martial platform seemed to be falling apart. The intensity of this battle was no weaker than Lin Ling's battle with Prince Xiaoyao. In other words, if a rank 3, rank 4, or rank 5 martial emperor realm expert was present, he would be easily defeated on the martial platform. Brother Ling, who will win? Yu and Yuer frowned as they watched the grand battle. Lin shook his head. Right now, it was somewhat difficult for him to speculate because the strength of the battle between the two had exceeded his imagination. In terms of laws, Pink Crown Prince was even more powerful. But in terms of the power of talent, the heaven-blessed martial god was even more heaven-defying. Moreover, the sword in heaven-blessed martial artist's hand was also extraordinary. However, the Pink Crown Prince's devil army was too large, and they were all extremely powerful existences. For a moment, it was impossible to estimate. Heaven-blessed martial god. At this moment, heaven-blessed martial god leaped high and slashed out with his sword. 9 rays of light turned into sword pillars and swept across the martial platform. At the same time, his terrifying talent accompanied him. As the sword passed, everything slowed down. Swoosh! Countless devil army were slashed in half and turned into laws and disappeared. However, they soon appeared on Pink Crown Prince's body, showing how terrifying his strength was. It was as if he would never die. A black armor appeared on Pink Crown Prince's body. He looked majestic and 3 silk banners were inserted on his shoulders. Moreover, the sound of war drums could be heard continuously. Thousands of soldiers and horses. A 2-meter-long battle axe appeared in his hand, and he pointed it forward, causing even more of the demonic army to charge forward. He took a step forward and followed the devil army, crushing heaven-blessed martial god. However, when the demon army got close to the heaven-blessed martial god, their speed slowed down. The slowest ones were even motionless. Only the Pink Crown Prince was less affected. His axe released a domineering aura, as if it could split the heaven and earth apart, and slashed at the heaven-blessed martial god. Lawless! Boom! The sword and the battle axe collided. A terrifying aura erupted. The sum of the two's laws reached 200,000 laws. How terrifying! You're so stupid. For 2 women, you completely gave up the chance to rule the world. Heaven-blessed martial god, you've already lost when you chose to fight me. On the path of martial arts, you can abandon the world except yourself. Sensing the terrifying laws under the battle axe, Pink Crown Prince was secretly shocked. However, he revealed a crazy smile like a demon king. In my life, other than learning martial arts, there is nothing else. However, since they walked into my world has more laughter and more happiness. This is enough. Although I can't protect them forever, I will pave the way for them. Heaven-blessed martial god sneered. His smile was wild and arrogant. I am me. I have my own path and my own choice. Wind and cloud domination. His sword shone brightly and finally erupted with a terrifying law power. This sword actually reached 110,000 laws. Obviously, he finally used his full strength. Sigh. At this moment, a soft sigh came from the sky. It was a middle-aged man in white. This person was one of the giants of the human world, Immortal Drunken Wine. In fact, heaven-blessed martial god had already begun to learn martial arts from him in the later stages. He had also given heaven-blessed martial god a lot of pointers, hoping that heaven-blessed martial god would win the 4-race competition and eventually fight side by side with him in the battle of creation. Moreover, he guessed that it would not be difficult for heaven-blessed martial god to enter the top 5. However, he did not expect heaven-blessed martial god to give up the best chance to win and actually challenge Pink Crown Prince. This decision was obviously not wise. Rumble. The sword that contained 110,000 laws slashed out in all directions. Pink Crown Prince's expression changed. As expected of the strongest genius of the human race. His body kept floating back, but it was still too slow. His arm was cut off. When he floated in the distance, his face suddenly became gloomy. Blood kept flowing out from the cut-off arm. Heaven-blessed martial god, heaven-blessed martial god. Seeing this, the human race cheered. The top genius of the demon race had been injured by heaven-blessed martial god. However, heaven-blessed martial god did not look proud. He knew that Pink Crown Prince was not that simple. You want me to reveal my true form? You are really something. Indeed, Pink Crown Prince bared his fangs. A large amount of red clouds floated out from his body. His body also grew crazily and became even more demonic. His armor had disappeared. Instead, he was bare-chested and barefooted. There were ribbons on his body, which made him look very strange. He looked like a Buddha, but also like a demon. He looked more like a happy demonic Buddha. The most terrifying thing was that his cultivation had reached level 2 martial emperor realm. The law power that he had was increasing crazily. Chapter 2088. Fall from Grace. The sky was filled with his laws, reaching 150,000 laws. The heaven-blessed martial artist hid his trump card. He is actually a LV2 martial emperor. The entire 100 Years Mountain was in an uproar. Everyone swallowed their saliva with difficulty. In this pinnacle battle, Pink Crown Prince had actually erupted with such strength. Even heaven-blessed martial artists' pupils constricted. Tianxiang Devil Kingdom. Pink Crown Prince's voice became sharp. It did not sound like a man's voice, nor was it like a woman's voice. It was extremely strange. Under his ribbon, a sky full of witches appeared and floated toward heaven-blessed Marshal from all directions. From afar, they looked like countless fairies, but the crowd knew that they were witches. Path of Divine Moderation. Heaven-blessed Martial God's face fell as he activated his innate ability. Although it slowed down the witches, they still flew toward him and surrounded him. It was only a matter of time. Heaven-blessed Martial God is in danger. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling frowned. He sensed that these witches were actually part of the devil army, and their power of law was even stronger than the previous devil army. Brother Ling, what should we do? Yu asked worriedly. Lin Ling shook his head. There was nothing he could do now. After all, this was the 4-race competition. Death Devil Kingdom. At this time, Pink Crown Prince attacked again. Endless colored ribbons shot toward heaven-blessed martial god. Quiet night, soul-shattering dream. Once awakened, stars twinkle on the Chishi. The sword in heaven-blessed martial warrior's hand danced in the air to block the ribbon. However, he was distracted, which caused the effects of the path of divinity to weaken. The witches were getting closer and closer to him. When he looked over, he suddenly understood. Those witches were actually Yu and Inyue. How could this be? He was becoming more and more dazed. Death Coil. At the same time, taking advantage of his absent-mindedness, the Pink Crown Prince sneered and activated the terrifying ribbons to bind him. In the end, his spirit-slowing path lost its effect. The surrounding witches rushed over and began to transform. They actually turned into numerous yikshaws. Seeing this, Tianzong martial artist's face turned pale. He knew that he had lost. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to below the martial platform, landing on Yu and Inyue. I'm very sorry. In the past, I swore to protect you all for the rest of my life. Unfortunately, I can't do that now. I'm very happy to have met you all. He smiled. In this life, as a proud son of God, there was nothing that could catch his eye. However, ever since he saw Yu and the others, he was moved. He didn't know if it was love, but he had a feeling that he would protect them for the rest of his life. Perhaps, this was also a kind of sibling relationship. Or perhaps, this was a favor he owed in his previous life. Originally, he could have protected them forever and enjoyed those happy and peaceful times. However, their true destined son of heaven had appeared, and it was Lin Ling. What angered him the most was that Lin Ling was very strong in all aspects, not weaker than him. As a result, the people he wanted to protect were gradually leaving him. Therefore, he targeted Lin Ling and wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Ling. However, he realized that all this was unnecessary. Most importantly, Lin Ling was stronger and more qualified than him. Brother! Yu and the others' eyes were already wet. Perhaps, when one is about to die, one's obsession can be seen clearly. Perhaps, I should have listened to Lin Ling and made peace. Tianzong martial artist laughed again, but this time, it was a relaxed laugh. If time flowed back, he would have chosen to make peace after Lin Ling's suggestion. However, I am relieved because the man who will protect you is better than me. Tianzong martial artist laughed even more happily. However, his body was being torn apart by countless yikshaws. Blood rained down from the sky. However, he was still proud. He didn't even groan in pain. Lin Ling, I leave them to you. In the end, Tianzong martial artist roared, his voice shaking the heavens. Although he was defeated, he had no regrets. Because the thing he couldn't let go of the most had been handed over to a man who was better than him. Boom. His body completely exploded. Tianzong martial artist. Lin Ling stared at the sky. Was Tianzong martial artist a friend or a foe? In fact, Tianzong martial artist was an enemy. However, he wasn't wrong. He had his own goals, his own principles, and his own pride. He was, in fact, a real man. Don't worry, I, Lin Ling, swear that I won't let you down. Lin Ling clenched his fists and said word by word. At this moment, he and Tianzong martial artist had made peace. Faintly, he saw Tianzong martial artist shaking his hand with a smile, as if he was Yu and the other's brother. The most famous genius of the human race has fallen. Looking at Tianzong martial artist who had died tragically in the sky, countless people sighed in their hearts. Tianzong martial artist was an extremely terrifying existence among the children of desolation. His future was limitless, but today he died in battle for 2 girls. He gave up his glorious future for his own principles, for his own sister. My opinion of him has changed. The 7 emperors also muttered, "Ha, idiot! You deserve to die for love." At this moment, laughter suddenly came from the sky. When people looked over, they saw that it was Heavenly God 9 Sons who had spoken. Obviously, he was in a good mood because there was no competition for the title of the strongest genius of the human race. Originally, he wanted to have a death match with Lin Ling, but things went beyond his expectations. However, dying in the hands of the Pink Crown Prince made him very satisfied. Extreme Frost Realm. However, at this moment, a terrifying soul power attacked, causing Heavenly God 9 Sons to frown. Someone attacked him? Get lost. Golden flames erupted, protecting his body and blocking the soul power. He looked around and saw that the person who attacked him was an Yuer. You have some skills. However, if you want to kill me, we can meet on the stage. Heavenly God 9 Sons' face was extremely cold. On the ground, an Yuer was like an ice fairy. She nodded, and her expression became even colder. Ah, poor guy. He was torn apart alive, and he screamed before he died. What a disgrace. He doesn't have the domineering aura of a king. At this moment, the Pink Crown Prince said with disdain. His gloating voice made people extremely angry. Yu and an Yuer gritted their teeth, and their beautiful eyes were wet. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded beside them. In today's 4-race competition, the 2 of you will die. The voice floated out, and a terrifying killing intent swept out like a wave, causing the entire 100 Years mountain to shake and shake. Those who were weaker were so shocked that they fell to the ground. The terrifying aura made them feel as though they had seen the anger of an ancient giant. They looked around and realized that Lin Ling had already drawn his sword, pointing it at the sky. He wanted both Heavenly God 9 Sons and the Pink Crown Prince to die. Boom. After seeing Lin Ling's decision, everyone felt as though their hearts were struck by lightning. It was as though a bomb had been thrown into their hearts. Chapter 2089. Yu takes the field in the sky. Heavenly God 9 Sons and Pink Crown Prince were both stunned for a moment. However, cold smiles appeared on their faces. Lin Ling's strength was indeed not bad, but to obliterate the 2 of them? Dream on. Moreover, they didn't attack Lin Ling before because they were afraid that others would hit them when they were down. But now, there weren't many opponents left. It was time to let Lin Ling know how terrifying they were. Waiting for you. Heavenly God 9 Sons calmly replied. As for Pink Crown Prince, he did not even bother to say a word. He immediately made a gesture of slitting his throat. Following that, Pink Crown Prince planned to leave the stage. You don't have to leave, I'll fight you. However, just as he took a step forward, a clear voice rang out. Under the gazes of the crowd, Yu was staring coldly at the sky. She wanted to fight the Pink Crown Prince? Everyone was shocked. Yu didn't seem to have such strength. Lin Ling also frowned, but he didn't say anything. Big brother Ling, heaven-blessed martial god was very good to us. He was our big brother. I want to avenge his death. Yu Yu looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes. Her beautiful face was filled with determination and persistence, but she still asked for Lin Ling's opinion. Go, you will win. Lin Ling smiled. His words made Yu Yu tremble. She quickly hugged Lin Ling. She thought that Lin Ling would object, but she didn't expect that Lin Ling would support her. She was satisfied to have such a partner in her life. Lin Ling hugged Yu Yu and felt the temperature of Yu Yu's body. However, his eyes were cold as he looked at the sky. At the same time, he hung a jade pendant on Yu Yu's waist. As long as I'm here, go ahead and fight. Avenge your brother. Yes. After separating from Lin Ling, Yu Yu flew towards the boulder martial platform. Lin Ling, are you stupid? Although Yu Yu's talent is not bad, how can she be a match for Pink Crown Prince? Lin Ling respects Yu Yu's request too much. Sigh, they're really emotional people. I think that Lin Ling is using Yu Yu to test Pink Crown Prince's strength. He's despicable. There were all kinds of opinions around the 100 Years Mountain. In their eyes, Yu's and even Lin Ling's, he's. Now the fives, but do they still want to fight? This is their own request, so we won't stop them. However, that girl isn't simple. If she's in danger, the ancient giants of the mortal world won't stop them, right? And Yu Yu, martial god Tianyu, but that girl seems to be more talented than martial god Tianzong. Cut the crap. Let's just watch. In the sky, the ancient giants were also talking. Of course, they were also surprised by Yu Yu's actions. On the martial platform, Yu Yu appeared. Her purple dress fluttered in the wind. On her delicate little face, her cold eyes looked forward. Hee, you have a deep grudge against me. But do you think you can beat me? Pink Crown Prince narrowed his eyes and looked at Yu Yu indifferently. Yu Yu didn't say much. Her purple dress was like a Chinese redbud flower, noble and holy. At the same time, the five-colored light was like a divine light, illuminating the world with a hazy beauty. The light was like a pillar, and a terrifying power of law erupted, reaching more than 90,000. What a terrifying number of laws. Even Pink Crown Prince was secretly shocked. No wonder Yu Yu could reach the final round. But to him, it was just SOSO. Great Devil Kingdom. He also erupted with the power of law, and the amount was even greater, reaching 110,000. You know how powerful I am, yet you still dare to come and kill me. What an idiot. Pink Crown Prince was extremely disdainful. He didn't know where Yu Yu got her confidence, but he also felt that Lin Ling was stupid to send his woman to death. He didn't use any mysterious methods and directly used the power of law to crush her. In his mind, dealing with Yu Yu would be as easy as flipping his hand. In fact, that was what everyone thought. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother anxiously shouted at Lin Ling, complaining that Lin Ling let Yu Yu fight. Although her words were unpleasant, it was obvious that she truly cared about Yu Yu. Lin Ling didn't care about her rudeness. With a wave of his sleeve, the power of law spread out and shut the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother up. Just watch from the side. I'll handle everything. Alright. Lin Ling was still looking at the giant stone martial stage as he said at the same time. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother could only nod. She didn't realize that she, a dignified legend of the mortal world, was now extremely respectful and reverent towards Lin Ling. If this happened not long ago, it would absolutely not have happened. Rumble. The Devil Kingdom opened up in the sky, and countless majestic devil army rushed towards Yu Yu. Kill! It was as if an ancient battlefield had descended. At this moment, no one believed that Yu Yu could block it. However, a miracle happened. 5 elements divine light, ultimate wheel. Kill! A crisp voice floated in the sky, and the treasure light shone brightly. An even more terrifying power of law erupted. Although the number was still as high as 90,000. However, wherever those treasured lights passed, the demon army would let out cries of agony. It was as if they were being burned by fire and turned into ashes. What? Kill! What a powerful talent! Kill! The entire 100-Year Mountain was shocked, and even the ancient giants in the sky were the same. They never thought that Yu Yu's talent was so heaven-defying. Although she had fewer laws, it was obvious that her talent was higher. Could it be a divine body left behind by the godly nation? That's an Xian body. I didn't expect her to obtain it. Alchemy! An ancient giant exclaimed. It was the Fire Cloud God King of the Fire Cloud God King. The other ancient giants also came to a realization. If that was the case, Yu Yu's future was more terrifying than anyone else present. Heavenly God Nine Sun's eyes narrowed. It turned out that among Lin Ling and the rest, this beauty called Yu Yu was the most powerful. What made him jealous was that this woman with both talent and beauty was actually Lin Ling's woman. If I can't get her, I'll destroy her. I must kill her. Heavenly God Nine Sun's eyes were extremely cold as he placed his hopes on the Pink Crown Prince. However, it was obviously very difficult to kill the Pink Crown Prince. At this moment, the treasure light shot over and corroded his body. He couldn't block it. Yu Yu also didn't use any mysterious methods. She directly used her talent to crush the other party. If Yu Yu's talent was placed at the top of the talent tree, then the Pink Crown Prince was at the root. The two couldn't be compared. The situation had changed 180 degrees. 100-Year Mountain immediately cheered. It turned out that Yu Yu was the biggest dark horse. Kill the Pink Crown Prince. Yell. The humans all shouted. As for the devil army, their aura withered. Great demon king of the devil race, you guys won't forcefully attack, right? Yell. In the sky, martial god Tian Yu said indifferently. He sensed that the crystal master of the devil country wanted to attack. Chapter 2090. Broken Talisman. However, when everyone thought that Yu Yu was about to defeat Pink Prince, the situation changed again. What a terrifying talent. Unfortunately, you met me. After the Pink Crown Prince was corroded, there was a sneer on his face. 9 blood-colored talismans appeared in his right hand, and he waved them in the air. Instantly, something mysterious happened. The entire boulder martial platform was enveloped by a red light. Pink Crown Prince's injuries rapidly recovered, and he once again returned to his androgynous appearance. The demonic chi was even more terrifying. Moreover, the demonic chi on the giant stone martial platform was vast and mighty, competing with Yu Yu's treasure light. Those laws actually reached as many as 150,000. Although Yu Yu's talent was stronger, and one of her laws was comparable to 2 of the latter's, Pink Crown Prince's laws had improved by too much. 150,000 precepts? Heavens, he's only a first-level martial emperor. Pink Crown Prince actually hid such a trump card. Seeing the situation change again, everyone's hearts jumped violently. This was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. No one could have guessed the outcome. Moreover, the Pink Crown Prince's laws were too terrifying. He was probably above all the geniuses of the 4 races. Boundary Talisman. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect Pink Crown Prince to have hidden such a trump card. The 9 mysterious talismans were actually a type of boundary talisman. Moreover, from the looks of its might, it had probably reached the range of a 4-star immortal weapon. It had the power to increase the power of laws. Almost at the same time, Yu Yu, who was on the martial platform, began bleeding from her mouth. She had been injured by the laws. Do you regret it? Do you know fear now? Hee hee, you dare to challenge me? You really don't know the difference between life and death. However, you still surprised me. I didn't expect your talent to be so strong. Unfortunately, I like to ruthlessly destroy flowers the most. The Pink Crown Prince, who was floating in the sky, was elated. He had dominated the entire situation. He wanted to win. Moreover, he wanted to kill that woman and make Lin Ling regret it to death. Not good. Lin Ling, hurry and help her. Looking at the one-sided battle in the sky, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother pulled on Lin Ling's hand, her face full of worry. Right now, she could only treat Lin Ling as her last hope. Lin Ling slapped her hand away, but his eyes were still looking at the sky. He could also see that Yu Yu was in danger, and it was extremely dangerous. Martial God Tianyue, that girl's talent is indeed impressive, but she's about to die. You won't stop her, right? As for the great demon kings in the sky, they laughed mockingly. Clearly, martial god Tianyu and the others had said those words before. Now, they were returning the words. Martial god Tianyu and the other ancient giants had ugly expressions on their faces. They naturally did not want Yu to die, but it was not appropriate for them to intervene. Lin Ling, I'll kill your woman. Pink Prince also did not want to complicate matters. For a monster like Yu, it was safer to kill her as soon as possible. Yu's life depended on this moment. She wanted to avenge martial god Tianyu, but she did not expect to be dragged into the mess. You'll win. However, at that instant, a chuckle could be heard from the ground. The crowd turned around and saw Lin Ling speaking. How could Yu possibly win under such circumstances? Lin Ling was too naive. The crowd thought Lin Ling was just comforting himself, including Pink Prince. His demonic hand grew bigger and grabbed at Yu as if it was blotting out the sky. The murderous intent was getting closer to Yu. However, at that instant, the jade pendant that Lin Ling had hung on her waist spoke. Go to the east, find the red dot in the sky and destroy it. Yu's eyes glittered. It was Brother Ling's voice. At that moment, she followed Lin Ling's instructions and rushed to the east. She was lucky enough to find the first red dot. She immediately slapped it out and the space shattered. The red dot also disappeared. Go to the west, find the 3 black dots hidden on the ground of the martial arts platform and destroy them. Lin Ling's voice floated over again. His voice was very anxious because he was in a hurry. Okay. Yu shot toward the ground. Go to the north, find the 2 white dots in the void and destroy them. Go to the south, find the 3 red, black and white dots on the ground, sky and void. Destroy them. You've won this battle. The voice kept drifting out. Yu gritted her teeth and rushed around. Her heart was burning with the flames of war. Brother Ling was helping her. She could not let Brother Ling down. She wanted to avenge martial god Tianyu herself. What is she doing? Maybe she's thinking of a way to escape. However, running around like a rabbit is really shameful. She wants to avenge martial god Tianyu? She's just dreaming. On the demon's side, a lot of mocking voices floated out. Even the Pink Crown Prince was extremely surprised. Was that proud daughter of heaven scared out of her wits? However, being surprised was one thing. His demonic claws were getting closer and closer to Yu. He could even imagine the scene of her dying and Lin Ling's painful expression. And this was the result of provoking him, the Pink Crown Prince. However, what made him even more surprised was that Yu finally stopped and floated in the sky. Had she completely given up? Not only the Pink Crown Prince, but the others also thought so. Especially the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, her face was pale. She had completely given up. Among the crowd, only Lin Ling revealed a confident smile. He shouted in a low voice, "Break! Break!" Along with his voice, a strange thing happened on the martial arts platform. The demonic aura retreated like a tide. The originally tall, androgynous Pink Crown Prince seemed to deflate at this moment. His body kept shrinking and finally returned to his original form. Coincidentally, his attack stopped in front of Yu. However, it was difficult to advance any further, because his power of law was left with less than 100,000. This sudden change stunned the Pink Crown Prince. If not for the changes in his body, he would have thought that he was dreaming. But the crisp sound of a slap suddenly rang out. Everyone saw that the Pink Crown Prince was slapped by Yu. His face swelled up like a balloon. You have lost. Yu's voice was extremely cold. Bang. Seeing this situation, the entire 100-Year Mountain was shocked. The ancient giants in the sky all sucked in a breath of cold air. What had happened? Only Lin Ling's expression was calm. This was because the Pink Crown Prince had used a barrier talisman called the Fish Dragon Magic Mansion. It was forged from the bones of the 9 fishes from the martial god world. It could form a demonic country and greatly increase one's demonic laws. However, external objects could not compare to one's own strength. As long as one could break this talisman, the Fish Dragon Magic Mansion was not worth mentioning. Of course, if Lin Ling did not have Li Xiaoyao's memories, he would not know how to break the previous talisman. But At this moment, another slap sounded in the sky. The left side of the Pink Crown Prince's face swelled up. His eyes were filled with disbelief. His barrier talisman had disappeared? How could this be? Who had helped Yu? He was very sure that this was not Yu's masterpiece. Subconsciously, he looked at Lin Ling on the ground. His heart trembled. Could it be Lin Ling? Kill him and avenge your brother. Kill! Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's voice came from the jade pendant on Yu's waist. It was Lin Ling. Chapter 2091. The battle between the strongest geniuses of the human race and the Protoss Pink Prince sucked in a breath of cold air upon hearing that sound. His dragonfish demonic rune came from the 5th city of the nation of God. It was his trump card, and he was confident that he could fight Heavenly God Nine Suns with it. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would be able to break through his trump card? How did this Lin Ling know about this? One had to know that after he had obtained the Fish Dragon Wraith Charm, he had consulted 300 ancient martial artists before he finally figured out the basics of boundary charms. What other arrogant methods do you have? Use them all. At this moment, Yu said word by word. Go ahead and use it. This was asking the Pink Crown Prince to take action. Without a doubt, this was a humiliation to the Pink Crown Prince. Unfortunately, was there still a Pink Prince? Even if he did, how could he be a match for Yu? I admit defeat. Under countless gazes, Pink Crown Prince knelt down and admitted defeat. No one could react to this situation. Pink Crown Prince was too shameless. He couldn't win, so he admitted defeat directly? Previously, he would rather die than admit defeat against the heaven-blessed martial artist. This is the #1 genius of the demon race. However, Pink Crown Prince didn't care about any of that. Not only did he kneel down, he kowtowed. I admit defeat. Please show mercy. Compared to face, his life was obviously more important. Of course, his heart was bleeding when he was asked to kneel for a woman. I can't hear you. Unfortunately, Yu's delicate little face was cold. She thought of her brother's godly martial prowess. She thought of how the latter couldn't let go of them even in death. She recalled how her brother had entrusted her and big sister Yu, to Lin Ling. Therefore, how could she let the Pink Crown Prince off just because he admitted defeat? I can't hear you. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted out from the ground. We can't hear it either. The voices of the humans also drifted out in unison. What was surprising was that the demons were silent. Perhaps they felt that the Crown Prince was too shameful. All right, according to the rules, Pink Prince has already admitted defeat. It's time to stop. In the sky, the great demon king said coldly, I can't hear you. However, the ancient giants of the human race all spoke at the same time. All of you. The great demon kings of the demon race were enraged. They had never thought that the ancient giants of the mortal realm would be so shameless. Facing the great demon king's wrath, martial god Skypass and the others sneered and retorted, I just learned it from you. For a moment, the entire world was Black Sun's 9. The Pink Crown Prince's face was somewhat pale. Everyone around him was acting dumb. Clearly, no one would help him. Thus, he did not say anything and quickly ran away. Unfortunately, as soon as he moved, a 5-colored treasure light enveloped his body. The laws were like flames, burning him. Yu floated in front of him, her cold eyes looking at him. Look at how pitiful your death is. No one from the demon race will speak for you. After you die, no one will remember you. My brother is a heavenly martial artist. You mocked him for not being cruel enough, but at least we remember him. We will avenge him. Therefore, my brother's principles are not wrong. Then she turned and left. Save me. Pink Crown Prince couldn't move at all. His body was still burning. Unfortunately, no one from the demon race said anything. This wasn't the demon race helping the human race, but the demon race was magnanimous. They were willing to accept defeat. Pink Crown Prince's action clearly violated their principles, making them feel disdain. Under the gazes of countless people, the son of the Demon King was burned to death. The crowd stared at Yu. They didn't expect that today would be Yu's martial stage. This battle shook the 4 races. Brother Ling, thank you. Returning to Lin Ling's side, Yu hurriedly hugged Lin Ling. Tears flowed out of her eyes. It was as if the knot in her heart had been untied at this moment. She avenged the heavenly martial artist. If it weren't for Lin Ling, she definitely wouldn't have been able to fulfill her wish. And Yue also walked over, holding Yuyu's hand. She was extremely emotional. Hey, don't cry. The heavenly martial artist also doesn't want to see you unhappy. Lin Ling looked at Yuyu tenderly, wiping away the tears on her face. But Yuyu immediately nodded, smiling through her tears. The 100 Years Mountain was still like boiling water. No one expected that the remaining geniuses of the 4 races competition would be these people. Moreover, one of the 5 spots had died, leaving only 4 spots. Without a doubt, the missing spot would be replaced by the person who had been eliminated before. Therefore, Xianxia also had a chance. He was instantly stunned. Even lying down was qualified? The others were also surprised by Xianxia's heaven-defying luck, but soon, their gazes landed on Heavenly God Nine Sons. Previously, Pink Crown Prince's strength was obvious to all. However, Pink Crown Prince was also wary of Heavenly God Nine Sons. Although the latter had never unleashed his strength, he was definitely not weaker than Pink Crown Prince. And now, Lin Ling was going to fight Heavenly God Nine Sons. This was also a battle between a human and a god, the strongest genius. The battle had yet to begin, but the entire 100 Years Mountain was filled with anticipation. Son of Huang, Lin Ling, the #1 genius of the human race, the representative of miracles. Heavenly God Nine Sons, Jin Feiwu, the #1 genius of the god's race, the most mysterious existence in the 4 races competition. Who would be stronger in a battle between the two of them? If Yuyu fights, she still has a chance to win against Heavenly God Nine Sons. If it's Lin Ling, it might be a little difficult. So far, Lin Ling's most dazzling points are his laws and that sword. That sword is not simple. Previously, it erupted with 18 laws. It's heaven-defying. You don't understand. That sword is targeted. For example, it targets killing intent. If it's against Heavenly God Nine Sons, it definitely won't have so many laws. Moreover, Heavenly God Nine Sons has the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth. How can Lin Ling block him? Lin Ling also has the Yellow Springs flame. Although its level is slightly lower, he's not someone who can be trampled on. The battle had yet to begin, but everyone was already evaluating it. However, in general, Lin Ling was slightly weaker. There were fewer people who thought highly of him than Heavenly God Nine Sons. The ancient giants in the sky had solemn expressions on their faces. In reality, they did not wish to see this battle. This was because both of them were qualified to participate in the creation battle. If they were to clash now, it would be a loss to everyone if they were to die. However, the battle between the two was unavoidable. Therefore, they could only watch. Of course, the ancient giants of the god race, demon race, and ghost race were not willing to accept this. Because of the 5 spots, the human race had occupied the most, leaving only Heavenly God Nine Sons. It's best if he kills Lin Ling. Yes. Therefore, the ancient giants of the 3 races could not wait for Lin Ling to die. They all saw Heavenly God Nine Sons as the last seed. They could not let anything happen to him. How about a bet? In the 5th city of the nation of gods, everyone has obtained a lot of deity crystals. These treasures only appear in the martial god realm and are of great help to the martial emperor realm. So, do you dare? Chapter 2092. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Absolute Strength. That's a good suggestion. I agree. The battle between the strongest geniuses of the human realm, I think the ancient giants of the human realm will support the #1 genius of the human clan. Do you dare? The ancient giants of the ghost clan and the great demon king of the demon clan all spoke. On the human clan's side, the ancient giants were silent. They were in the outer sky, the highest sky in the world. All the experts in the world had to look up to the sky. I bet 10 divine gems on Lin Ling. At this time, a firm voice sounded. It was martial god Yungu. No one had expected her to be so confident in Lin Ling. I also bet 5 divine gems. 3 divine gems. Martial god Tian Yu, the guardian of the human realm, spiritual master came, and the others all placed their bets. TSK, all right, I'll bet with you. The divine nation's sun god emperor laughed. He naturally bet on heavenly god Zhuyang. Divine gems were undoubtedly the most mysterious items in the world. It was said that a piece of divine gems could allow a first-level martial emperor to smoothly break through to the next realm. It was extremely rare because it hid the power of law. Therefore, even the ancient giants attached great importance to this treasure. I bet 3 divine gems on Lin Ling. Surprisingly, the 2 ancient giants of the immortal divine nation placed their bets on Lin Ling. This made the sun god emperor's face turn ugly. He sneered and said, "You will lose miserably." "Thank you for your reminder." The immortal Buddha Lord laughed. He was Zhang Yingjun's father and Zhang Yingjun was Lin Ling's friend. Naturally, he would bet on Lin Ling. Of course, his heart ached. If he lost, the price he had to pay would be great. "Lin Ling, don't let us down." I bet on heavenly god Zhuyang. Although Lin Ling represents the human clan, I don't think he will win. Therefore, I also bet on heavenly god Zhuyang. On the human clan's side, 2 people's actions were unexpected. They were the ancient giants of the great saint realm, Death Arrow martial god, and the drunken Immortal. Both of them were not interested in Lin Ling divine nation, so they could not wait for Lin Ling to lose. The complexions of Daoist came and the others suddenly turned ugly. The human race will never be united. The great demon king sneered when he saw that the bets were almost done. Hee, ancient martial god Yanggu, you actually bet 10 pieces. Just wait to go bankrupt. Wait and see. Martial god Yanggu said coldly. Then she looked at the ground. The others did the same. The battle between the peak of the younger generation was about to begin. Rumble. Almost at the same time, the light of the sun shone in all directions as a dazzling figure stepped onto the boulder. It was none other than heavenly god Nine Suns. Fight me? You don't know how you're going to die. Now that the final battle had arrived, heavenly god Nine Suns clearly had no intention of holding back. The grudges between him and Lin Ling were indescribable. Thus, he could only end all of this with a fight to the death. Of course, he believed that Lin Ling was thinking the same thing. How arrogant! Before the battle even started, everyone could feel heavenly god Nine Suns' oppressive aura. Unlike heavenly god Nine Suns, Lin Ling flew up from the ground steadily and landed on the martial platform. Although his aura was stable, it gave people the illusion that Lin Ling was inferior to heavenly god Nine Suns. On the martial platform, the 2 of them stood a few hundred meters apart. Heavenly god Nine Suns narrowed his eyes as he stared at Lin Ling. He had a rough understanding of Lin Ling's strength. He had 50,000 nomological laws, 2 great talents, and the Yellow Springs Flame was at least a 6th grade divine grade. Apart from that, that sword was also extraordinary. It could raise nomological laws by about 50,000. This was the strength on the surface. As for what was hidden, he guessed that it was the Yellow Springs Flame. Similarly, Lin Ling was also evaluating his opponent. Heavenly god Nine Suns was at the same cultivation level as him, but his talent was a grade higher. As for the number of nomological laws, he did not know. Of course, what troubled Lin Ling the most was the mysterious aura on heavenly god Nine Suns' body. And that was what Lin Ling feared the most. It was also because of that heavenly god Nine Suns was more powerful than Pink Prince. Perhaps when the battle reached its peak, that trump card would be revealed to the world. You should rest for a while. Otherwise, you won't accept your loss. Heavenly god Nine Suns spoke first after the 2 of them had a rough estimation. Lose to you? Lin Ling smiled. If I remember correctly, not long ago in the 5th city of the nation of God, you were utterly defeated by me. What right does a loser like you have to say that? Heavenly god Nine Suns was clearly displeased. He said coldly, that was in the past. Now, I've been reborn. The humiliation of the past will not happen again. That's not necessarily true. Lin Ling shook his head. I'll give you a chance. Use your primordial divine crow and that mysterious ancient snake. I'll kill them in front of everyone and let you see how petty those trump cards are." Heavenly God Nine Suns said cold words. As soon as these words fell, the entire 100-year mountain was in an uproar. Heavenly God Nine Suns was extremely confident. This was because Lin Ling had been able to threaten the giants of the mortal world for a long time. However, Heavenly God Nine Suns wanted him to use those trump cards. Of course, Lin Ling would not be so stupid as to use those trump cards. He did not want to become a laughingstock if he won. Enough nonsense. Let's begin. Lin Ling let out a low roar. The terrifying law of space erupted from his entire body, and an Azura demon king roared. With a sword in hand, he pointed it forward. The tyrannical singing sword's laws were also activated. However, as everyone had guessed, the tyrannical singing sword could not erupt with more laws against Heavenly God Nine Suns. It could only make Lin Ling's laws barely reach 100,000. Of course, Lin Ling still had other trump cards. For example, his strongest soul power. However, he did not dare to use it rashly. He had always been wary of Heavenly God Nine Suns' strange power. That's all. Heavenly God Nine Suns sneered. The power of laws was even more turbulent than Lin Ling's, and it surged out like a tide. In an instant, 150,000 power of laws erupted. Moreover, his cultivation realm was also revealed. He was actually a stage 2 martial emperor. Just like Pink Prince, he hid his cultivation realm. The crowd exploded. As expected of the number 1 genius of the deity's race. Even Lin Ling frowned. Heavenly God Nine Suns was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. However, he had already drawn his sword. No matter how strong his opponent was, he had to fight. Let's see how amazing your stage 2 martial emperor is. Lin Ling's figure became illusory. It was as if he was shuttling through space. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Heavenly God Nine Suns. His sword ruthlessly slashed down. Great creation! Heavenly God Nine Suns' long robes fluttered in the wind. He had a disdainful smile on his face. You are fast. Unfortunately, I was waiting for your sword. Rumble. As the sword slashed down, the power of laws erupted. Heavenly God Nine Suns raised one hand to the sky to block Lin Ling's sword. A deafening sound rang out. Lin Ling's body went numb and he felt a burning sensation. Then, he could not control himself and was sent flying backward. When he looked at Heavenly God Nine Suns again, he was motionless. His face was filled with a calm smile. At the same time, a strand of hair fell in front of him. You are already at a disadvantage. You can only cut off a strand of my hair with this sword. This is an opportunity for me to go easy on you. Chapter 2093. The collision of the divine fires of heaven and earth. Lin Ling frowned as he looked at his opponent. He did not expect that his full-powered strike would be so easily blocked by his opponent. Moreover, it was a move that allowed him to win. Use your yellow spring's flame, otherwise you won't have a chance. Heavenly God Nine Suns clasped his hands behind his back. The reason he had given Lin Ling a chance to strike back was because he wanted to let Lin Ling know that he shouldn't make a fool of himself if he didn't go all out. This was also because if he wanted to fight, he would fight the strongest. There was no need for him to test the waters and warm up. Lin Ling let out a light breath. Even if he used the flames of the underworld, he was not very confident. But now that things had come to this, it was time to explode with his full strength. White flames began to spread out, first from Lin Ling's arm to his entire body. In the end, the entire sky was filled with white flames. From a distance, they looked like clouds, but they carried with them an indescribably mysterious aura. Furthermore, the scene of the 18 levels of hell appeared, with hundreds of ghosts wailing, as if the yellow springs were descending. One of the 10 great divine fires of heaven and earth, the yellow springs flame from the ghost realm. Seeing this, the entire 100 Years mountain was in an uproar. The crowd finally saw Lin Ling's yellow springs flame. Can the 7th-ranked divine fire compare to my 5th-ranked divine fire of sun? Heavenly God Nine Suns chuckled as he stared at the sinister flames. Although he could sense that the flames were extraordinary, he still had absolute confidence in himself. He extended his right hand, and a dazzling golden light appeared. It grew larger and larger, transforming into a fireball the size of a millstone. However, it was like a real sun. Crackle. Moreover, as soon as the flame appeared, the world changed abruptly. The underworld flames seemed to have met its match and actually let out a sizzling sound. Boom. At almost the same time, golden flames surged forth from heavenly god Nine Sun's side like a tidal wave. The two worlds of fire, one yin and one yang, collided violently under the gazes of everyone. Countless people looked at this terrifying scene and did not doubt their power at all. Even an ordinary level 5 martial emperor would be filled with hatred in the underworld. The two strongest geniuses of the human race and the deity race were truly extraordinary. Let's see how powerful your Yellow Springs flame is. A faint smile appeared on heavenly god Nine Yang's face as he disappeared into the golden flames. That's exactly what I was thinking. Lin Ling's pupils flickered, and he disappeared from where he stood. The two figures moved at an unimaginable speed, and their palms were mixed with the characteristics of their respective flames. They collided in the sky. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the entire sky exploded. White and golden flames sputtered in all directions. Crackle! What was terrifying was that the two flames were actually burning each other. Occasionally, the white flame would be more ferocious, but in the next moment, the golden flame would counterattack, and they were actually evenly matched. As for the focal point of the two great flames, the two figures clashed with their palms, releasing a dazzling light. So fierce! Looking at this dazzling scene, the hearts of countless people boiled. In this confrontation of divine flames, who would have the upper hand? However, Lin Ling knew that heavenly god Nine Sun's divine sunfire was clearly more powerful than the Yellow Springs flame. Not bad, you've advanced to the 7th grade of the divine rank. No wonder you weren't burned to death by me. Heavenly god Nine Suns narrowed his eyes as he spoke. He could sense that Lin Ling's flames were still slightly weaker than his own. 8 divisions demon subduing, divine fire nation. With a low roar, the golden flames suddenly went crazy, and countless suns floated out from the flames. The divine sunfire was the true fire of the sun, and it was also the most ancient flame in the world. It was said that it had existed since the beginning of the world, and there was no doubt about its dominance. Lin Ling's white flames suddenly receded like a tide, and Lin Ling's expression changed slightly as he retreated. He knew that if he didn't retreat, his Yellow Springs flame would be burned to nothing. The divine sunfire was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling has lost. Seeing this scene, many people sighed. Lin Ling had indeed lost when playing with fire. They are both divine flames of heaven and earth. One represents yin, and the other represents yang, but yang is the true fire. In fire? It's not worth mentioning. In the sky beyond the sky, the sun god emperor smiled confidently. On the path of martial arts, talent isn't everything. Ancient martial god Yanggu retorted with cold words. At this moment, in the sky, after Lin Ling retreated, several golden suns shot toward him. They were as fast as light, and the laws were extremely terrifying. Lin Ling even saw that there seemed to be chains of laws connecting the suns. Go! Without thinking, Lin Ling waved his right hand, and the tyrannical song sword shot out to fight against the golden suns. The speed of his reaction undoubtedly made the 100-year mountain cheer. Of course, it was just cheering. Judging from the situation, Lin Ling didn't seem to have a high chance of winning. The tyrannical song sword was like a meteor. After piercing through 3 suns, it finally dimmed and fell to the ground. It seemed that it didn't have much effect at all. However, it bought Lin Ling a short time. Hell path, hungry ghost path, beast path, human path. Lin Ling's hands moved quickly, and his face was solemn as he shouted in a low voice, as if he was chanting. The surrounding white flames returned in a mighty manner, forming a huge circle. And gradually, there were 2, 3, 6 paths of reincarnation. Sensing the mysterious ring of flames, countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. Moreover, it was as if their souls were being summoned. The 6 paths of reincarnation was one of the great laws of heaven and earth. The one who could control it was undoubtedly the emissary of hell. With that thought, everyone looked at Lin Ling. They didn't expect that the young number 1 genius actually had the potential to become the emissary of hell. Human path. As Lin Ling's final voice rang out, the 4 paths of reincarnation began to combine, forming an even bigger path of reincarnation in the sky. The darkness in the path of reincarnation seemed to lead to hell. What a powerful power of law. Right? Lin Ling's underworld flame is weaker than the sun god flame, but Lin Ling's martial path of fire is stronger. The 7 emperors became excited when they saw this. If natural talent was a saber, then saber techniques could decide everything. Perhaps Lin Ling could win. At this moment, 9 Suns tilted his head and looked at Lin Ling with a faint smile. He still looked very confident. 6 paths of reincarnation? What's the use of that? A soft voice drifted out. However, it didn't affect Lin Ling's state. He softly said a word. Return. Something terrifying happened. It was as if the laws of heaven and earth were crushing down. 9 Suns felt an invisible suction force enveloping him and pulling him toward the path of reincarnation. At this moment, his expression changed drastically. All the golden flames followed 9 Suns into the path of reincarnation. One could imagine that after entering, no matter how strong 9 Suns was, his strength would disappear and he would be reborn. Boom! The entire 100-year mountain was in an uproar. The crowd hadn't expected Lin Ling's nomological martial arts to be so powerful that he could turn the tables with flames that were 1 level lower. Even Lin Ling relaxed slightly. The reincarnation circle had sucked Heavenly God 9 Suns in. Even if Heavenly God 9 Suns was a real god, he would still perish. Chapter 2094. Not a match at all. As for the ancient giants in the sky, all of them had solemn expressions. Lin Ling was going to win? Martial God Tian Yu and the others laughed. Lin Ling, this little fellow, did not disappoint them. Moreover, things were progressing so smoothly that even Lin Ling could not believe it. That was because the enormous samsara circle had actually brought Heavenly God 9 Suns into it. This also meant that Heavenly God 9 Suns had entered the cycle of reincarnation. At this moment, the entire 100-year mountain was filled with excited voices, especially the humans. Their blood was boiling, and they were in high spirits. The number 1 genius of the 4-race competition had been born. The son of Huang, Lin Ling, had suppressed all heroes. As for the experts of the God race, Devil race, and Ghost race, they were silent. They had not expected the number 1 genius of the human race to be so terrifying. Of course, if it had been them, as long as they were brought in by the samsara circle, it would have been difficult for them to escape death. This nomological martial technique was simply heaven-defying. The cheers from all around did not make Lin Ling happy. He frowned slightly because things were going too smoothly. Gradually, a sense of unease arose spontaneously. Almost at the same time, the 6 paths of reincarnation in the sky shook, and a foot stretched out from the darkness. Then a young man with fluttering golden hair walked out just like that. It was Heavenly God 9 Suns. What? He's not dead yet? Heavens, he came back from the 6 paths of reincarnation. The dead can also be resurrected. There was no one who wasn't shocked by this scene. Even Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavenly God 9 Suns was so strong? He looked carefully at Heavenly God 9 Suns and realized that the latter had changed. A strange aura floated out, and there was a golden flame mark between his brows. His eyes were lifeless, as if he was in a soulless state. No, there was something else on his body. Finally, Lin Ling roughly understood why Heavenly God 9 Suns was so strong. Hee, very good 6 paths of reincarnation. Unfortunately, there are only 4 paths. If there were 6, I wouldn't be able to escape death. Heavenly God 9 Suns finally spoke, but his voice was clearly different. It was another person. Next, Heavenly God 9 Suns used his hand as a knife and slashed ruthlessly. Rumble. The samsara circle floating in the sky was split into 2. This level of strength was too terrifying. Even Lin Ling felt a sense of helplessness rise in his heart. This was because he could sense that his opponent was no longer a god race genius, but an ancient overlord of the god race. The current Lin Ling clearly lacked the strength to fight against an ancient giant. Ha, human genius Lin Ling, you're even more useless than I thought. At that moment, an arrogant laughter drifted out. This time, Lin Ling could clearly hear that it was Heavenly God Nine Sons. This time, it was him. This meant that Heavenly God Nine Sons had two souls within his body. Thinking back to what had happened in the fifth city of the nation of gods, it wasn't hard for Lin Ling to guess that the hidden soul belonged to a powerhouse from the martial god realm. Heavenly God Nine Sons had luckily found it in some ruins and allowed that soul to enter his body. After all, the nation of gods had been abandoned by the martial god realm. The first batch of powerhouses from the nation of gods had definitely come from the martial god realm. This also meant that Lin Ling was facing off against a powerhouse from the martial god realm. No wonder he felt a sense of powerlessness. And that was indeed the case. In terms of cultivation level, Lin Ling was one level lower. In terms of talent, Lin Ling was one level lower. In terms of power of laws, Lin Ling was even more inferior. There was no way to fight. There was no way to fight at all. Senior, this person must be tortured to death. I want to wash away the humiliation of defeat from him. At that moment, a voice came from Heavenly God Nine Sons' body. It was Heavenly God Nine Sons' own voice. Are you ordering me? You should know that in terms of seniority, you're just my descendant. An old voice also sounded. Heavenly God Nine Sons didn't dare to be negligent. It's just a small request of this junior. The mysterious soul he had obtained so far was extremely terrifying. If it wanted to kill him, Heavenly God Nine Sons, it would be as easy as flipping its hand. Therefore, he didn't dare to offend this person. However, as long as he could curry favor with this person, the benefits would be great. Not only would he be able to cultivate, but his strength would also be greatly improved. And this was his strongest trump card. Moreover, he knew very well that without this mysterious existence, he wouldn't have dared to resist Lin Ling's reincarnation martial arts. However, you're right. He's just a lowly mortal. How can he go against a god? Therefore, I'll let him know how lowly he is. The old voice sounded again. Almost at the same time, Heavenly God Nine Sons' eyes lit up. Golden light shone brightly as he slowly raised his hand. His fingertips were even more dazzling. He's about to attack. His movements were very slow. Everyone saw it and understood the deeper meaning behind it. Taking action slowly was also a form of arrogance. It was a warning to his opponent that he was about to attack. Even Lin Ling's expression was grave. His opponent was very arrogant. Sword come. Lin Ling growled. The tyrannical song of the earth flew over and landed in his hand. Just as he grasped the sword, a beam of light as thick as a finger shot toward him. It was the light of the divine sun fire. Clang. Lin Ling raised his sword to block, but he was pushed back by the impact. Moreover, he sensed that a terrifying flame energy was spreading along his sword. That energy was very domineering. It could burn everything. At the critical moment, Lin Ling hurriedly abandoned his sword and retreated once again. What a clever little brat. If you had abandoned your sword a second later, I would have burned your right arm. Heavenly God Nine Sons said indifferently, like a divine king looking down at an ant. Of course, if you kneel and kowtow and destroy your own cultivation, I might spare your life. Hearing that, Lin Ling laughed. Although that existence had a powerful background, Lin Ling's background wasn't weak. It was just the martial god realm. It wasn't like he hadn't been there before. Considering your age, I might spare your life if you kneel down and kowtow to me. Lin Ling's cold laughter drifted out. Without a doubt, that mysterious existence was taken aback. Then he laughed out of anger. It had been a long time since he had seen such an arrogant junior. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling moved again. The reincarnation ring was activated by him once more. Unfortunately, this law martial technique didn't have much effect. It was destroyed by that mysterious existence. Lin Ling's flame of the underworld is completely useless. Lin Ling is in danger. Looking at the overwhelming scene in the sky, everyone could already guess the result. Even the ancient overlords from the Ghost clan and the Demon clan in the sky sneered. Sigh, it seems like we can't win. Tell Lin Ling to admit defeat. An aging Buddha Lord sighed softly. In this final battle, there is no surrender. There is only life and death. However, the extreme Yang godly monarch said coldly. Martial god Tianyu and the others narrowed their eyes. The extreme Yang godly monarch wanted to destroy the number one genius of the human race. That's right, Lin Ling proposed this battle to the death. How can it end just because he admitted defeat? Let them continue fighting. The ancient giants of the Ghost and Demon races also spoke. They wanted to kill the number one genius of the human race. Bastard! Martial god Tianyu and the others had ugly expressions. They looked at the ground again and saw that Lin Ling was still fighting. They immediately fell silent. Chapter 2095. Soul Seal. At this moment, Lin Ling was indeed still fighting tenaciously. However, the result was that his situation was not good. He was almost killed several times. He could sense that Heavenly God Nine Sun's power was very strong, but it didn't come from Heavenly God Nine Suns himself. It came from that mysterious existence. Lin Ling's right arm was once again penetrated by the golden beam of light. He finally retreated, his face somewhat pale. Brother Ling! On the ground, the worried voices of Yu and the others rang out, causing Lin Ling to bitterly smile. He had promised Yu and the others this battle. Could it be that he had to admit defeat and end things here? If that was the case, how was he going to face Yu and the others? However, if he didn't admit defeat, he really wasn't a match for Heavenly God Nine Suns, who was like an ancient giant. He never thought that Li Xiaoyao would encounter such a troublesome enemy so soon after he regained his memory. Ha, Lin Ling, weren't you very arrogant? Why you panting like a cow now? Come on, pull yourself together and fight again. Heavenly God Nine Sun let out an excited cry. Clearly, it was his own voice. However, one could tell that he was extremely excited at this moment. Just a clown. Lin Ling replied disdainfully. After pondering for a moment, he finally decided to give up on this battle. In reality, he still had a huge trump card that he hadn't used yet. It was the evasion domain. He was confident that he could use this domain to ignore Heavenly God Nine Sun's attacks. Unfortunately, he could only dodge and not attack. It was useless. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't use evasion domain. Something's wrong. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. In his mind, he thought of a soul martial art he had learned in the past. Soul Sealing Seal. This martial art was something he had learned from the 1,000-year-old Ghost sect when he was weak. Its power was to seal souls. And that mysterious existence was clearly a soul body. If Lin Ling's soul power was stronger than his, then wouldn't he be able to seal his soul and turn defeat into victory? Of course, this was a bet. If that mysterious existence also had a terrifying soul force, then Lin Ling would be dead for sure. However, without any hesitation, Lin Ling's eyes flashed with decisiveness. A clash of souls was his only advantage. Fight. While he was deep in thought, Empyrean God Nine Suns flew over. His golden flames were extremely vast. He said disdainfully, "Hee, your fighting spirit is even more terrifying than I imagined. You actually didn't admit defeat? Or have you already guessed that even if you admit defeat, I will still kill you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ling fell silent. He gathered all the flames of the underworld and merged them into his left palm. Fight to the death? Sure enough, you're arrogant. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Heavenly God Nine Suns let out a cold roar and also unleashed his divine sunfire. Two palms, from far to near, madly collided. The moment the two attacks collided, the crowd exploded. They never thought that Lin Ling would risk his life. He was simply crazy. Lin Ling. Brother Ling, there's nothing wrong with admitting defeat. Everyone who knew Lin Ling was shouting at this moment. They knew that Lin Ling was very stubborn and would never admit defeat. However, sometimes the situation was not up to him. He had to admit defeat and kneel down. This guy. Martial God Tianyu and the others were startled. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. They tried to stop him, but it was too late. On the other hand, The ancient authorities of the other 3 tribes chuckled coldly. Fighting with his back to the river, Lin Ling was really going all out. Was it because of his promise, or because of his martial heart? Bang! Under the crowd's gaze, the 2 flames collided once again. Without a doubt, Lin Ling was utterly defeated. Even the underworld flames seemed to have been extinguished. Meanwhile, a palm print was left on Lin Ling's chest. The golden flames were burning fiercely, causing him to vomit blood. It was obvious that he had lost. On top of that, he was most likely going to die. Seeing this, the crowd shook their heads. It was like trying to smash an egg against a rock. The outcome was not out of their expectations. You're considered a junior with a backbone, barely enough to catch my attention. I'll leave you with a complete corpse. Heavenly God Nine Sons said calmly while maintaining his posture. Don't try to flaunt your seniority in front of me. When I was dominating the world, you were still drinking milk. Bang! What surprised Heavenly God Nine Sons was that Lin Ling's backbone was stronger than he had imagined. Even though death was approaching, his aura did not diminish. Moreover, before I die, you will die too. Bang! Lin Ling raised his head and said with difficulty. Bang! Heavenly God Nine Sons was stunned. Lin Ling had the means to kill him? However, it was just a dream. Well then, you can go to hell. Bang! Heavenly God Nine Sons sneered disdainfully. The terrifying golden flames became even more frenzied. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's right hand, which he had been keeping behind his back, finally slammed forward. You too. Soul-sealing seal. Bang! This fast slap was accompanied by a terrifying soul power. It was as if a stone tablet had appeared. On the tablet, there were 2 shocking words, soul-sealing seal. Soul power, you actually have soul power. However, is your soul comparable to mine? Soul-sealing seal. Heavenly God Nine Sons was slightly surprised, but he quickly smiled confidently. This smile caused Lin Ling's heart to skip a beat. This mysterious existence's soul power did not seem weak either. However, now that the arrow was knocked, it had no choice but to release it. Die for me. Soul-sealing seal. His soul power became even more frenzied, surging into his right hand like a tide. What? Level 500 soul power? Impossible. How can there be someone with a soul power of level 500 in this world? Soul-sealing seal. As the palm came closer and closer, Heavenly God Nine Sons' face finally became filled with shock. Previously, he was still confident because he thought that Lin Ling would not be able to cause any big waves. However, who would have thought that this junior would be so mysterious? His soul power had reached a terrifying level. Most importantly, with such a terrifying soul force, this junior actually didn't use it. This was simply a waste of a heavenly treasure. No! Soul-sealing seal. The mysterious existence's voice became more and more anxious. He wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Never would he have imagined that after being reborn, he would fall in his first battle. Moreover, he would fail miserably. He wanted to dominate the world. Bang! The palm landed heavily between Heavenly God Nine Sons' eyebrows. Instantly, the golden flame mark disappeared. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was overjoyed. He could sense that the old man's soul had been suppressed and was gradually disappearing from the world. How lucky! If that old man's soul power had been just a little bit stronger, today would have been the day of Lin Ling's death. Bang! At the same time, a dull sound rang out. Heavenly God Nine Sons spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. His miserable appearance undoubtedly shocked the entire 100-year mountain. Even the ancient giants in the sky had their mouths agape. What happened? Wasn't Lin Ling supposed to die? Why was it Heavenly God Nine Sons who was sent flying? They looked at Lin Ling again and discovered that Lin Ling was beginning to recover. His powerful physical body was showing its effects. The golden flames on his body were beginning to extinguish. The God Devil body was clearly terrifying. Heavenly God Nine Sons was standing there in a daze, constantly shouting, Senior, Senior, are you still there? Where are you? That brat is not dead yet. Please come out and kill him. Heavenly God Nine Sons did not seem to know that his trump card had been destroyed. No need to shout. He is already dead. Chapter 2096. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios 1 should be forgiving whenever possible. Without that person, I'd like to see what right you have to be so arrogant. When everyone heard this, they saw that Lin Ling had already charged towards Heavenly God Nine Sons. A terrifying punch was hurled out at high speed, causing Heavenly God Nine Sons to spit out blood and fly backward. Heavenly God Nine Sons seemed to be in an extremely weak state. Of course, Lin Ling was the same. However, Lin Ling had an advantage. His body was invincible. In the state where neither of them could use flames, Lin Ling was obviously more ferocious. Bang, bang, bang. Under countless gazes, the number one genius of the god race was sent flying back and forth like a sandbag. He crashed into the ground and was sent flying into the sky. This sudden turn of events left the experts of the four clans dumbfounded, and they even felt like they were dreaming. Blood splattered from the sky. Heavenly God Nine Sons was in an extremely sorry state. Looking at Lin Ling, he was like a butterfly that had broken out of its cocoon. He was bold and unrestrained, domineering and magnificent. Senior. Heavenly God Nine Sons was still roaring, calling out his trump card. He was completely flustered. Relying on an outsider? Do you think that's your strength? Lin Ling's terrifying punch directly woke him up from his dream and broke his jaw with a single punch. You said that heaven-blessed martial god deserved to die, that he was an idiot. But now, you deserve it even more. Bang, bang, bang. The crazy punches shook the heavens and earth. Heavenly God Nine Sons was awakened. Although his body was in pain, his heart was in even more pain. He had hidden such a trump card, but it seemed like it had been destroyed by Lin Ling. This Lin Ling seemed to be omnipotent. I admit defeat. Finally, he shouted out loud. In the sky, the ancient giants of the three races appeared one after another. They were extremely fast. Clearly, they had been waiting for this moment. Heavenly God Nine Sons was the last seed of the god race. He could not fall here. He has already admitted defeat. The Sun God King appeared high and mighty and reprimanded Lin Ling. The great demon king of the devil race and the ghost race expert also coldly stared at Lin Ling, forcing Lin Ling. Aren't you people a bit too shameless? Earlier, you didn't allow Lin Ling to admit defeat. Now that Heavenly God Nine Sons is about to be defeated, you people run out to uphold justice? Even Martial God Skypass and the other ancient giants appeared. The Sun God King's expression changed slightly, but he was still emotionless. Today, the 5 spots have been decided. There is no need to fight anymore. He chose to ignore what he had said before. After all, Heavenly God Nine Sons had to be protected at all costs. The celestial race can't afford to lose. Seeing the Sun God King's domineering appearance, the human race's side immediately burst into laughter. Just a bunch of ants. The Sun God King ignored them. He looked at Martial God Skypass and the others and said, today's 4-race tournament is over. Heavenly God Nine Sons, Lin Ling, Yu, and Yuer, and Primeval Lord of Origin have all entered the top 5. Prepare for the battle of creation in 3 years. He treated himself as the first ancient giant and directly made the final decision. The battle isn't over yet. Martial God Skypass and the others were no fools. They immediately retorted coldly. Everything in this world was very fair. Lin Ling had risked his life, so Heavenly God Nine Sons had to bet his life as well. It's already over. I agreed to be ranked 5th in the 4-race tournament, so Lin Ling can't fight anymore. In the distance, Heavenly God Nine Sons was no fool. He hurriedly spoke up. As long as he didn't die today, he would definitely kill Lin Ling in the future. Did you hear that? He has completely admitted defeat, so follow the rules. Don't forget, there are rules in the 4-race tournament. Some people can't do whatever they want. The Sun God King said again. That's right, if you want to break the rules, then we'll accompany you. Let's see who will have more casualties. The great demon king of the demon race sneered. None of the demon race's geniuses entered the top 5. So they couldn't let the human race dominate. They would definitely support the Divine's race. The ghost race also had the same thought. He said darkly, "You humans already have 4 seeds. Are you still not satisfied? Aren't you too greedy?" As an ancient giant of the human race, I also support the Divine's race. After all, there are rules in the 4-race tournament. Admitting defeat ends. At this time, Martial God Death Arrow, who had agreed with all the saints, also spoke. Immortal Drunken Wine smiled faintly. He came to Martial God Death Arrow's side, showing his support for the latter. In this way, only Martial God Skypass, the Mortal World Guardian, Spiritual Master came, and Martial God Yungu supported Lin Ling. The 4 of them were obviously not enough to fight against the Divine's race's experts. For a moment, they were so angry that they gritted their teeth. These people were shameless enough. Alright, everything is for the sake of the battle of creation, so where it is possible to make mistakes, one should be lenient. Everyone just take a step back. The Sun God Emperor spoke again. This time, he was extremely polite. However, let's forgive and forget? Previously, when Lin Ling had almost died, Heavenly God Nine Sons didn't spare his life. On the human side, everyone was furious. Unfortunately, they could only be angry and couldn't vent their anger. Martial God Skypass sighed softly. He knew that the situation was beyond his control. He finally spoke, but before his voice could be heard, a cold voice came from the sky. "I'll go fuck your mother. Let's forgive and forget." When this voice came out, the experts of the 4 races were all stunned. They looked at the person who spoke and found that it was Lin Ling. "Do you know what you're saying?" The Sun God Emperor's face turned ugly. Although Lin Ling had some skills, he hadn't reached their level. Moreover, Martial God Skypass and the others had tacitly agreed. What right did Lin Ling have to speak? Sun God Emperor, right? I'm saying I'll go fuck your mother. Did you hear me? Or was my voice not loud enough? Then I'll say it again. I'll go fuck your mother. Let's go fuck your mother. Lin Ling walked forward step by step, his face extremely cold. Saving people at the critical moment? Did they think he was a fool? Previously, he had promised Yu and the others that he would fight with his life. His goal was to kill Heavenly God Nine Sons. At that time, he wasn't even afraid of death. Why would he be afraid of the ancient giants now? Seeing Lin Ling curse, the ancient giants were enraged. Seeing this, Lin Ling wasn't afraid. Instead, he smiled and walked step by step toward Heavenly God Nine Sons. He pointed at him and said, "This guy borrowed the power of others to fight me. He broke the rules first. If I could borrow external power, I would have used the primordial divine crow and other trump cards. At that time, why didn't you come out and say the words rules?" As soon as he finished speaking, the humans nodded. It was the truth. The Sun God Emperor and the others were stunned. They couldn't refute. He wanted to kill me before. You were watching the show from the sky. In the end, after he failed, you righteously came out to uphold justice. Fuck your mother's justice. Chapter 2097. This reward is more like it. Divine Crystal? Martial God Tian Yu and the others were shocked. This reward is very generous. Even the 7 emperors sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they had never seen such a treasure before, they had heard of it. It was said that it could increase the strength of a martial emperor rapidly. Is this the reward for the champion of the 4-race competition? Lin Ling asked curiously. That's right. Is this reward enough to shut your mouth? Sun God Emperor said coldly. He. Lin Ling laughed again. He stretched out his right hand and quickly grabbed Heavenly God Nine Sons' neck. He exerted a sudden force, and with a bang, Heavenly God Nine Sons' neck was broken. Heavenly God Nine Sons' eyes were wide open as his head fell from the sky. He had never imagined that Lin Ling would dare to kill him in front of an ancient giant. Moreover, Lin Ling had done it so decisively that he could not react in time. Crazy. He thought that Lin Ling would restrain himself after the arrival of the God Emperor. Therefore, he was not afraid of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's arrogance had exceeded his imagination. This reward is more like it. Lin Ling acted as if he was doing the most normal thing. He shook the blood off his hand and said indifferently, "Silence." The 100-year mountain was dead silent. 9 sons had fallen just like that? Moreover, he had died in front of the ancient overlords. This sudden change in the plot had happened too quickly. Most importantly, the reward Lin Ling wanted was not divine crystals, but to kill heavenly god 9 sons. "You're courting death." He, Sun God Emperor and the others were shocked. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so decisive. Because Lin Ling had been discussing with them a moment ago, who could have guessed that he would be so ruthless in the next moment? However, they were certain that Lin Ling was ignoring them. He had even given them a slap in the face. Of course, it was not just them. Even martial god Tian Yu and the others were shocked. They then smiled bitterly. There was going to be a tough battle ahead. "Great. We could have given you a reward, but you did not want it. Instead, you wanted to kill the last seed of the divine race. What is your motive? You have completely violated the rules." "Kill him." He was afraid that heavenly god 9 sons would rise to power in 3 years, so he killed him. "Too shameless." "Kill him." The ghost race and devil race's great devil kings weren't enraged. Instead, they wanted to use this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. "You talk about rules again and again, but stop bullshitting me." To put it bluntly, isn't it still about strength and bullying others with numbers? However, in the face of the monstrous killing intent of those ancient giants, Lin Ling spoke without fear. "No matter what, being able to kill you is enough. Furthermore, with your status, you have the right to disregard us. That makes you even more deserving of death. Sun God King has been high and mighty all his life. This is the first time he has been so angry. Moreover, they have many ancient giants on their side. They can definitely kill Lin Ling." Lin Ling smiled for the 3rd time, which made those great demon kings frown. They realized that every time this junior smiled mysteriously, things would always go beyond their expectations. "Playing with identity? Playing with more people? I'll accompany you." Lin Ling waved his sleeve and pointed into the distance. A sword slashed over. The 100-year mountain was split into 2, shocking the heavens and earth. A cold swordsman appeared. Moreover, he appeared in a strange manner. In fact, he appeared in an extremely flirtatious manner. "Playing with my master, I'll accompany you." Whoosh! Whoosh! Another sword slashed out. The terrifying power of the laws caused the ancient giants of the devil race and ghost race to move aside and avoid that sword. Who is this person? How arrogant! Although that sword didn't kill any ancient giants, it undoubtedly shocked everyone. "I'm Sword Immortal Xianxia." A wine pot appeared in the man's hand. He arrogantly drank from it. Below his mouth was a beard that had experienced the vicissitudes of life, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. The Sun God King and the other ancient giants were furious. However, after hearing that name, they suppressed their anger and their expressions became solemn. Sword Immortal Xianxia was both good and evil. He was both a demon and a human. He was also an ancient existence. Even the heavenly earth was his mansion in the past. However, such a person had disappeared without a trace, causing no one to know if he was still alive. Today, he had returned once again. That Sword Immortal Xianxia. What a powerful aura. As expected, the battle of creation is coming. This ancient giant has also returned. So handsome. I heard that he's the #1 swordsman of the 4 eras. Without a doubt, the crowd began to discuss spiritedly, especially Immortal Drunken Wine. He looked at Sword Immortal Xianxia excitedly. Compared to the eras, Sword Immortal Xianxia's background was deeper than his. In fact, part of the reason why he could become an ancient giant was because of Sword Immortal Xianxia. Now, he saw the person that he worshipped again. Is that enough? At this moment, Lin Ling smiled and interrupted the shock of the crowd. He waved his sleeve again. Rumble. In the distant sky, a huge island floated over. Moreover, its roar shook the heavens. Countless people saw a black dragon on its back. It was majestic and majestic. Moreover, there seemed to be a large number of steel houses on the island. It looked like a prison. What kind of terrifying existence is that? The old dragon that carries the prison? Could it be the legendary one? Are you talking about the ancient giant of the chaotic demon sea? The crowd was in an uproar again. Those who did not know the origin of the black dragon were asking around curiously. The master of the oldest prison in the human world. You can say that all the vicious experts of the 4 eras are under his control. This expert, who is even more vicious than the criminals, is called the Dark Dragon Emperor. Some of the older elders said in fear. Without any suspense, there was a series of gasps. The criminals of the 4 eras must be powerful and vicious. Wouldn't the person who could suppress them be even more vicious than the criminals? Dark Dragon Emperor. The great demon lords of the demon race were shocked. Little ones, kill them all. Sure enough, the black dragon said in a hoarse voice. His ferocity made the experts on the ground pale. If the ferocious ancient giant attacked, they would die. Even the 7 emperors were trembling with fear. Little Black, don't be rash. However, martial god Yanggu said in a cold voice. The black dragon withdrew his ferocity. After dropping the island on his back, he flew into the sky and turned into a man in a black robe. The Sun God Emperor and the others stared at the Dark Dragon Emperor and Sword Immortal Xianxia. They could clearly feel that these two were extremely difficult to deal with. Why were they here? Immortal Drunken Wine was the first to speak. He smiled warmly. Sword Immortal Xianxia, do you remember me? Sword Immortal Xianxia looked at him coldly and nodded in surprise. I remember. The wine in your drunken inn is good. I drank with you before. Immortal Drunken Wine nodded slightly, but he was overjoyed. In front of all the ancient giants and the 4 races, he told everyone that he knew Sword Immortal Xianxia. At the same time, he glanced at martial god Tianyu and the others. He was proud of himself. Of course, he also looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Little White, who allowed you to talk to him? Also, what's with the wine in your hand? Who allowed you to drink in front of me? Chapter 2098. My name is Li Xiaoyao. Hearing those words, everyone fell into a momentary daze. Even the ancient giants were the same. Little White? Who is that? Moreover, even the ancient giants of the 4 eras had returned. Does Lin Ling have the right to speak? Immortal Drunken Wine almost burst out laughing. He shook his head and said, although I don't know which idiot Xiaobai is, do you have the right to speak in front of all of us? The idiot Xiaobai you're talking about is me. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Sword Immortal Xianxia replied coldly. Everyone could hear the thick murderous intent in his words. He seemed to be familiar with Immortal Drunken Wine a moment ago, but the next moment, he showed his murderous intent. His attitude changed too quickly. Boom. The entire world seemed to be struck by countless lightning bolts. The Sword Immortal Xianxia was called Xiaobai? Who gave him this name? It was too unique. As for Immortal Drunken Wine, his face was pale. He did not understand why Sword Immortal Xianxia would suddenly hate him. He looked at Sword Immortal Xianxia in disbelief. You're called Xiaobai? Xiaobai? As soon as the name was said, Sword Immortal Xianxia seemed to explode. His gaze was like a sword. Other than Lin Ling, who else had the right to call him Xiaobai? Dang dang dang. Immortal Drunken Wine took 3 steps back. His face was even paler. Sword Immortal Xianxia's hatred towards him seemed to be growing. What are you waiting for? Bring the wine over. Xiaobai. At this moment, Lin Ling said again. His voice was majestic. This undoubtedly made everyone more confused. Lin Ling asked Sword Immortal Xianxia to bring him wine? Not only the crowd, but even the 7 emperors were confused. Not far from them, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others were also shocked. Ancestor Extreme Flame quickly shouted, Ling, don't. Xiaobai. What a joke. Right now, Lin Ling had already offended the likes of the Sun God King. If he were to offend the Firmament Sword Immortal as well, then even the Daoist Immortals would not be able to save Lin Ling. Most importantly, each and every one of these guys from the ancient times was filled with murderous intent. However, what happened next left Patriarch Extreme Flame at a loss. Xiaobai is useless. I don't need his wine. I've already prepared 10,000 years of good wine. Under everyone's gazes, before Sword Immortal Xianxia could do anything, the ferocious black-robed man smiled and took out a flagon of wine. Then he offered it to Lin Ling with both hands. Everyone was drunk. Even the ancient giants were the same. Didn't that guy with the most terrifying vicious aura kill people like scything flax? Why did he give wine to Lin Ling? Moreover, why did he have such a ferocious expression when facing others, but fawning over Lin Ling? The experts of the four races felt as if their eyeballs were about to fall to the ground. They rubbed their eyes again and again, biting their lips to see if they were hallucinating. At least several 100,000 of them had their lips bleeding. Even Patriarch Extreme Flame was the same. The law overlord of the seven emperors was even more vicious. He slapped himself so hard that he vomited blood. Only then did he say with certainty, "It hurts, it hurts." However, something that made them feel like they were in a dream appeared once again. "Little Black, you're courting death. How dare you steal my credit?" Sword Immortal Xianxia angrily roared. As if vying for credit, he flew in front of Lin Ling and offered the fine wine in his hand. "Drink mine. This is 900 million peach blossom wine. It's brewed from 900 million types of peach blossom petals that have just bloomed after the rain. This is the only flagon in the world. Yours is urine. Mine is wine brewed from the 92 currents of the chaotic demon sea. It has 92 flavors. Drink mine." Two ancient giants were actually fighting over the wine. Smack. Moreover, to everyone's horror, Lin Ling didn't seem to be happy when the others gave him the wine. He slapped each of them. "With my current strength, do you think I can drink this tonic wine?" He actually thought the wine was too tonic? The crowd was even more intoxicated. "I was wrong. I'll punish myself by drinking 3,000 cups." Faced with the two slaps, the two ancient giants with strong ferocity and demonic auras lowered their heads and said. At this moment, even the Sun God Emperor and the others were confused. Lin Ling looked at the silent world and let out a sigh. It was time to announce his identity. He said calmly, "Sun God Emperor, you said before that I don't have the right to ignore you, right?" The Sun God Emperor remembered what he said before. He indeed thought that Lin Ling didn't have the right to kill 9 Suns God, so he nodded. Then I'll tell you my right now." Lin Ling's gaze swept across the crowd. Martial God Yun, spiritual master, came, and the others were all excited. Among them, Martial God Yun came to Lin Ling and knelt down together with Sword Immortal Xianxia and Dark Dragon Emperor. "Greetings, Master." As soon as this voice came out, it was earth-shattering. Countless people were so shocked that they bit their chins until they broke. This time, their chins fell to the ground. "I'm Li Xiaoyao, the first emperor of the 4 great eras." Lin Ling accepted the kneeling of Martial God Yun and the others as a matter of course. Then he said word by word, "Master." The 3 authorities growled once again in an extremely respectful tone. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. Legend has it that Sword Immortal Xianxia is the master's disciple. So is Martial God Yun. Now that they are kneeling together, could it be true? Also, Dark Dragon Emperor, who is in charge of the oldest prison in the human realm, seems to be the master too. So, Lin Ling is really the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao? Cries of astonishment took place one after another. Martial God Tianyu and the others squinted their eyes. From a certain point of view, Lin Ling was their senior. This made them laugh bitterly. No wonder the young man was neither arrogant nor servile to them. It turned out that it was not an act. "You are Li Xiaoyao?" The Sun God Emperor's face turned pale. "Let me prove it." Sword Immortal Xianxia stood up with a cold smile. He swung his hand. No one could see through his sword. It was too fast. Hundreds of millions of laws surged out, causing the Sun God Emperor to explode with powerful laws. However, in the end, he managed to block the sword. However, the shock in his heart grew stronger. "You tell me, am I qualified?" Almost at the same time, Lin Ling said coldly. The Sun God Emperor was speechless. The great demon lord of the demon race did not refute. So did the Ghost Emperor. Immortal, drunken wine and death arrow martial god looked as if their parents had died. If Lin Ling was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, then how could he not be qualified? You said that we have fewer people and you have more people. Now, open your dog eyes and take a look. We have fewer people. Lin Ling's long hair fluttered. The aura of the number 1 emperor finally spread out. It was all-powerful and looked down on the world. With just a glance, the Sun God Emperor and the others were shocked. At this moment, they did not see Lin Ling, but the number 1 monster of the 4 eras, Li Xiaoyao. On the ground, the experts of the 4 races were the same. They stared at the blue-robed young man as if they were staring at the number 1 emperor. Fight him! Lin Ling shouted again. The 3 disciples immediately unleashed their auras. Spiritual Master came, Martial God Tianyu, and the Guardian of the Human Realm also revealed their battle state. In the distance, the experts of the 18 islands of the Spirit Tribe had also arrived. Chapter 2099. Unite the Human Race? How dare you disrespect my master? That motherfucker, all the prisoners, come out and kill them all. Kill one and I'll reduce their sentence by 1,000 years. Go. You kittens and puppies want to play with my master? You're too inexperienced. Sword Immortal Song Heaven and the other 2 were all people who wanted to see the world in chaos. Therefore they all attacked like crazy. Wait, why don't we end today's matter here? Our goal is the battle of creation 3 years later. Shake hands and make peace. The Sun God Emperor started to panic. In truth, with their strength, they were not really afraid of the Sword Immortal Song Tian trio. However, among the 3 of them, one was ferocious and the other was demonic. They could be considered lunatics. They would not even bat an eyelid if they wanted to die together with you. How could they not be afraid in the face of such madmen? I told you to make peace, I told you to make peace. Sword Immortal Song Heaven was indeed a sword maniac as he slashed out crazily with his sword. The Dark Dragon Emperor wasn't any better. He looked like he was going all out. Looking at the experts of the Devil Race and Ghost Race, they each had their own ulterior motives and were not united at all. Therefore, they were being slaughtered in an extremely miserable manner. Lin Ling, do you really want to start a war? The crown on the Sun God King's head was also cut off, and his long hair was a bit messy. Didn't you want to play? I'm just playing with you. Lin Ling said without fear. Why don't we let this matter rest? If we really want to fight, then the battle of creation will be meaningless. Moreover, if we continue to force them, our army will charge in and fight to the death with the human race. The Sun God King said again. Hee, are you scared? How could Lin Ling not know such a threat? He sneered and said, if we have to risk our lives, then so be it. Our human race may suffer countless casualties, but we are known for our tenacity. At worst, we will rise again after 1,000 years. That's right. This world belongs to us. You all have your own territories. You've killed your way into our territory, yet you're still so arrogant. So what if we fight with our lives? Follow Master Li Xiaoyao, no, follow Master Lin Ling. On the ground below, the human race seemed to have found their backbone. Their aura became magnificent, and the scene was extremely shocking. Ever since the invasion of the demon race, all the big shots of the human realm had swallowed their anger, but only Lin Ling had the backbone to say those words. These words undoubtedly showed the pride of the human race. You're not following the rules. The great demon kings of the demon race also felt that the situation had become troublesome. Don't you guys know that my master is never someone who plays by the rules? Rules are nothing to him. Furthermore, the discussion between you ancient era's giants is your business. My master did not participate. Martial God Yungu and Sword Immortal Song Tian both sneered. Martial God Tianyu and the others smiled wryly. It would be crazy if Lin Ling was in charge of this world. He would kill anyone who dared to challenge him. However, they were quite pleased. At least compared to the others, Lin Ling was more responsible and domineering, more like a king. If each of you hand over 10 divinity crystals, we'll forget about what happened today. Lin Ling took a sip of the Dark Dragon Emperor's wine and said, in your dreams. The ancient era's giants roared at the same time. Divinity crystals were too precious. They did not have many of them. Fight. Lin Ling continued to drink. Fight. The Sun God Emperor and the others roared. However, the ancient era's giants of the ghost race and demon race still had their own plans. They only cared about themselves and did not take the lead. The Sun God Emperor wanted to curse. Because of Lin Ling, the human race had become an iron plate, while the ancient era's giants were like scattered sand. Fine, I'll give it to you. In the end, the Sun God Emperor gritted his teeth and said, he did not expect Lin Ling to rise in the four-tribe competition and become one of the ancient era's giants. With that, he threw out a ring that contained 10 divinity crystals. His face was filled with pain. Of course, he glared at the ancient era's giants of the demon race and ghost race. These guys were too cunning. You're really giving it to us? Sure. The great demon kings of the demon race also felt the pain. In fact, they were fanning the flames before. They could not wait for the god race and the human race to clash so that they could take advantage of the situation. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would suddenly erupt and summon the human race, beating them until they could not react? Now, if they were to clash with Lin Ling, the Sun God Emperor would probably watch with folded arms. He could not wait for them to clash with Lin Ling. Therefore, they had to suffer this loss even if they did not want to. Fine, I'll give it to you. The ancient era's giants of the demon race and ghost race threw out their rings. If their gazes could kill, they would have killed Lin Ling 1,000 times over. Unfortunately, Lin Ling could simply ignore those gazes. With his 3 disciples, he had nothing to fear. Moreover, if he really wanted to fight with his life on the line, his side would not suffer too much. Of course, fighting with his life on the line was also killing 1,000 enemies and suffering 800 casualties. Lin Ling was obviously not stupid enough to do so. Today's matter ends here. See you in the Genesis battle. I hope you don't forget our agreement. The ancient era's giants of the demon race and ghost race said coldly. They had compromised partly because of the Genesis battle. Although Lin Ling was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, his cultivation was still too low. With 3 years left, Lin Ling's strength was limited no matter how strong he was. As for Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others, they were confident that they could win in a one-on-one battle. Alright, see you in the Genesis battle. Lin Ling nodded. It was a good agreement for the ancient era's giants to clash and decide the outcome of the battle. Let's go! After the Sun God Emperor and the other ancient era's giants left, they realized that they had not gained any advantage in the four-tribe competition. Not only did none of their seeds enter the Genesis battle, but they had also lost a lot of deity crystals. Wait, are you not going to pay the bet? Martial God Tianyue suddenly said. Bastard! The Sun God Emperor and the other experts trembled. They were going to lose a lot of money again. Endure! After the Genesis battle, they were going to take it all back. Rings filled with deity crystals were fired at Martial God Tianyue. The latter smiled. He had earned a lot today. Let's go! The experts of the demon race, ghost race, and deity race also left with a dark expression. It was undeniable that the human race had won a big round today. Get lost, leave our homeland as soon as possible. The human race's side cheered. It was the first time they were so proud since the demon race's invasion. Haha, the human race has the most spots in the four-tribe competition. Today's victory, in 3 years, the human race will win again and take back our homeland. It's Lin Ling. Crazy voices echoed in the 100-Year Mountain. Countless eyes were looking at the handsome young man in the sky. They were all excited. Even the 7 emperors were so excited that their eyes were wet. Lin Ling's appearance, fame, and talent had given the human race hope and made them unite. Chapter 2100. The human realm. He admired Lin Ling even more. So handsome. Wow! Among the excited crowd, Princess Firecloud and Huaeo looked at the sky enviously. That man was getting farther and farther away from them. They had to look up to him forever, but at this moment, they were convinced. No wonder the ancestor wanted to protect Lin Ling when he came to the Fire Clan. Alas, I misjudged him. Huao sighed after being excited. Princess Firecloud's face was a bit sad. She looked down on Lin Ling in the past, but today she could never climb up to Lin Ling. The same thing happened to other acquaintances. My master's master? Wow! Jade Lake Heavenly Mother stared blankly at the sky and knelt down. No wonder martial god Yanggu didn't give her face, because she had offended her master. I have to call him ancestor, but he's so young. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother smiled bitterly and shook her head. On the other side, the reincarnated Li Xiaoyao, fallen dust, was also dumbfounded. He was a fake? Lin Ling was the real one? Thinking of the admiring gazes he had enjoyed all these years and the treatment he was receiving now, he spat out a mouthful of blood. What are you doing, fake? Don't spit blood on me. Wow! Oh, isn't this fallen dust? You deceived us and made us think you were Li Xiaoyao. Liar! 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 The crowd looked at fallen dust with disdain. Pooh! Fallen dust spat out another mouthful of blood and left gloomily. He felt terrible because he was the one who should be enjoying the treatment. This world was very fair. When Lin Ling was being bullied and grew up step by step, Fallen Dust's starting point was higher and he enjoyed the admiration of thousands. However, the higher he stood, the more painful the fall. He should have known that after this matter was exposed, he would have a day like this. Unfortunately, at that time, he couldn't give up on the admiration and chose to continue deceiving. In the end, he fell painfully and was too ashamed to see anyone. Some people were disappointed, and some were happy. Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven. Everyone who knew Lin Ling was stunned. The reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao? It was said that he was the #1 Emperor Realm Master of the 4 Great Eras. He was also the first master to visit the martial god realm. Oh my god, boss is actually my idol. Lin Ling is my idol, and Li Xiaoyao is also my idol. Who would have thought that they were actually the same person? How did Big Brother become Li Xiaoyao? Then should I call this scoundrel Li Xiaoyao or Lin Ling? Little Flame and Princess Hualing still found it hard to believe. Princess Fire Spirit, didn't you always call him a scoundrel? So I'll continue to call him scoundrel. After all, whether it's Li Xiaoyao or Lin Ling, he's actually Lin Ling. Yuman Yun said with a smile. She was extremely excited because her man protected them again. What about me? Ling seems to be older than me. Should I call him senior? Ancestor Tai Yen said while blowing his beard. Yu and the others giggled. Grandpa, Brother Ling is reincarnated, but it doesn't mean that he's completely Li Xiaoyao. In his heart, you'll always be his most respected grandpa. Hearing this, Ancestor Tai Yan's heart relaxed. His eyes looked around. In the sky, the handsome young man had already walked down with a smile. An indescribable feeling rose in Ancestor Tai Yan's heart. At this moment, he seemed to have seen the most dazzling Emperor Realm Master of the ancient era. However, a young man's figure merged with that Emperor Realm Master. That young man's laughter, his pride after every battle, his respect for him every time, and that unerasable familial affection, everything seemed to be real. Grandpa, I won. Only when the proud voice came from the sky did Ancestor Tai Yan's eyes become moist. Lin Ling was still Lin Ling. He was still the cheerful and lively young man of the past. He was still the same young man who blocked the wind and rain and looked at him as if he was asking for credit. Ling, Ancestor Tai Yan strode over. His heart was even more excited. After chatting for a while, the crowd separated one after another. But without a doubt, Li Xiaoyao's return was like a bolt from the blue. The human world was shaking. Lin Ling, a legend of the human world, had once again reached the top of the world. He had become one of the strongest ancient cultivators of the human world. He was the leader of all the ancient cultivators of the human world. Without a doubt, he was the key to the Genesis battle. The human world was even more confident about that battle. As for the other 3 clans, they didn't dare act arrogantly. If they said they weren't afraid of Li Xiaoyao's return, that would be a lie. However, they were still confident about the Genesis battle in 3 years. After all, strength was everything. Without strength, Xiaoyao was fake. With Lin Ling's current strength, In 3 years, no matter how monstrous he would at most have the strength of the fourth martial emperor layer. The sacred rainforest was unprecedentedly lively. All the strongest cultivators of the human world had gathered there. For example, the two battle kings of Champion University had to bow respectfully when they saw Lin Ling, god of stone. Back then, you invited me to join your camp. That was a great opportunity. I almost missed it. From now on, god of stone, you're my brother. The two battle kings said excitedly. Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation was such a thick thigh, how could they miss it? Even though Lin Ling wasn't strong enough to be considered an ancient cultivator, with his 3 disciples, he was strong enough to dominate the world. Benefactor, you're back. At that moment, the celestial prawn who was guarding the magical river also arrived. The crowd was in an uproar. Little boy, you're finally back. At the same time, Grandma Wendao from the Great Saint region also arrived. When the old woman arrived, not many people knew her. However, when one of the strongest cultivators of the human world spoke, everybody realized how terrifying she was. She seemed to be the mother of the Great Saint region. And Daoist came. That day, Lin Ling welcomed all the strong cultivators of the human world. From this perspective, how powerful was Li Xiaoyao in the mortal realm in the past? Xiao Yan and the others looked at the strong cultivators excitedly. They didn't dare say anything. You are my master's brother? Does that mean you are more senior than me? After some greetings, the firmament sword Immortal coldly walked to Xiao Yan and the others, which frightened them. They all knew how horrible the firmament sword Immortal was. I heard about it too. You, the 9 spirits of heaven, are my master's disciples. The Dark Dragon King walked over with a glass of wine in his hand. You flatter me. You flatter me. The 9 spirits of heaven bitterly smiled and waved his hand. Is the leader of the prisoners going to eat me? You too, Waner and Yishao. It is said that you are my master's disciples. Martial God, you walked over and said. Yishao and Waner were terrified too. They all looked at Lin Ling at the same time. Xinyuan Jiuhun was so embarrassed that he shouted, Boss, save me. Everybody looked at him, but nobody felt ashamed. Who wouldn't be afraid of the man with the most terrifying demonic and ferocious nature? In fact, the 9 spirits of heaven didn't lose their minds because of fear. He was already quite calm. Help, brother. Xiao Yan's face turned pale too. Chapter 2101. The way to enter the martial god realm. No, boss, you can't leave me to die. They're going to eat me. Big brother, I've been following you since I was very young. Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven and the others almost fell to their knees. What should he do? Sword Immortal Song Tian smiled. His smile was very flirtatious, but it made Little Flame and the others feel very cold. Greetings, seniors. But in the next moment, the actions of the 3 of them left Little Flame and the others dumbfounded. Sword Immortal Song Heaven and the other 2 actually toasted Little Flame and the others. After all, in the eyes of Sword Immortal Song Heaven, Little Flame and the others were like small shrimps. No, it should be the roots on the shrimps' heads. They were not even qualified to be shrimps. You're my master's brothers, so from another perspective, you're our seniors. In fact, you're even our martial uncles. Ancient martial god Na Yun said. Martial uncle? Martial uncle? Little Flame and the others continued to be dumbfounded. How many of them were qualified? I told you to drink, so drink. Don't lose face in front of my disciple. Lin Ling said with a smile. Good. Why do I feel like this wine is so heavy? Little Flame and the rest smiled bitterly. Their hands trembled as they received the wine. These bastards. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He then looked at Sword Immortal Song Heaven and the others. They were already toasting Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others. They were toasting as juniors. Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others were also flattered. Greetings, mistresses. After that, Sword Immortal Song Heaven and the others bowed to Yu and the others. When the crowd saw the actions of the 3 ancient giants, they were extremely envious. Only Lin Ling's friends had such good fortune to be able to make ancient giants toast them. Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, why haven't you come over to apologize to your grandmaster? Soon after, everyone saw a scene that made their eyeballs fall out. The magnificent Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, a legend of the mortal world, actually regarded Lin Ling as her grandmaster and knelt down to pay respects. Today, the sacred land of the rainforest had put on an unbelievable show. Lin Ling smiled wryly. Everything about his 3 disciples was good, but they were too respectful to him, causing an unnecessary commotion. Well, do what you have to do. Don't make a fool of yourself. Lin Ling had no choice but to stop him. Yes, master. The 3 disciples all saluted and then walked over with smiles. The Dark Dragon Emperor surprised everyone by kneeling down and said with snot and tears, "Master, you are finally back. These years, Little Black has missed you day and night. After seeing you last time, Little Black missed you even more." The 5-feet-tall man was crying, which made people wonder if he was really the leader of the prisoners. Where did his fierceness go? Get lost. Lin Ling kicked him. Don't rub your snot on my pants. Towards his 3 disciples, he subconsciously had the dignity of a master. The crowd was dumbfounded. They even thought if the criminals in the human world prison knew that Lin Ling kicked their leader, would the prison riot? The Firmament Sword Immortal said, "Master, my law energy has reached over 100 million. How can I break through? Also, how can I go to the martial god realm? These years, I have been cultivating bitterly, but I still can't touch the door. Master, please give me some advice." Hearing this, all the ancient giants and even the legends of the human world looked at Lin Ling. They also wanted to know the reason because it was the goal of all martial artists. When you give birth to Jie Yuan, you are not far from the martial god realm. Lin Ling looked into the distance and said calmly, "Jie Yuan." All the experts sucked in a breath of cold air. How do you give birth to Jie Yuan? Martial god Tianyu trembled and asked anxiously. His attitude was very sincere. Those who were weaker naturally did not understand what Jie Yuan was, but they could not help but be intoxicated by martial god Tianyu's respectful attitude. There are many ways. The easiest way is to kill 30 million experts with 100 million laws and devour their laws. Lin Ling said after recalling for a moment. Sizzle. The crowd gasped. An expert with 100 million laws was someone they could only look up to. How was it possible to kill 30 million experts with such strength? Besides, there were not many experts with such strength in this world. How cruel! Martial god Tianyu was startled. Not only was it cruel, it was also impossible. No wonder no one could enter the martial god realm. The other way is to comprehend it on your own, which depends on your luck. Above the law of heaven and earth is the law of Jie Yuan. The so-called Jie Yuan is actually the force of a world. Even if you have a wisp of it, it can still sweep away millions of laws. Lin Ling said. Li Xiaoyao had comprehended Jie Yuan in the past. It seemed like he had to find the 3rd statue as soon as possible. Comprehend it on your own. The ancient giants murmured. Although they were still confused, at least they had a direction. Thank you, Lin Ling. All the ancient giants bowed respectfully. Lin Ling waved his hand with a smile. Let's not talk about this. Let's drink. Drink. Everyone let go of the pressure in their hearts and drank to their heart's content. The lively atmosphere spread out, and it was only when night fell that the laughter died down. In the room, Lin Ling led Yu and Yuer into the room. They looked at Lin Ling. Brother Ling, are you Li Xiaoyao or Lin Ling now? Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. Of course I'm Lin Ling. I've known you since I was young, so you can always treat me as Lin Ling. That's good. Yu and the others sighed softly. They were still used to the current Lin Ling. With the moonlight shining through the window, the 2 beauties' faces were Hong Yen, and their bodies were even more alluring. Staring at the 2 beauties, Lin Ling smiled evilly, and Yu and the others narrowed their eyes. Brother Ling, your smile is so evil. What do you want to do? Hee, I want to do that. Lin Ling rubbed his hands and said. During this period of bitter cultivation, he had done less of that. Annoying. You can only do it 12 times this time. You're not allowed to stay up all night. The 2 beauties said shyly. Don't worry, I definitely won't stay up all night. Lin Ling nodded seriously. After the curtain was put down, sounds came from the room. After a round of passion, Lin Ling lay on the bed, his eyes shining. Yu and Anyuer were on his left and right. This time, we've obtained a lot of divine crystals. You can use them to cultivate. Before the battle of creation begins, your strength will definitely increase greatly. Yu and the others were very talented. If their cultivation level increased, they wouldn't need to fear those ancient giants. However, it's a little difficult for me to have the strength of an ancient giant 3 years later. Lin Ling said again. His talent couldn't be compared to Yu and the others. Brother Ling, when you obtained the divine body, why didn't you use it yourself? Yu asked worriedly. That's because I would obtain a talent even more terrifying than the divine body. Therefore, my current talent can't be compared to yours, but it won't be long before I surpass you. I even have a feeling that my talent is unique even in the martial god realm. Lin Ling said confidently. Chapter 2102. Setting off for the demon realm. Lin Ling explained with a smile. Because I left the last statue in the ghost realm. It has everything I need. After a while, we can go look for the third statue. Brother Ling will go with you, Yu suggested, but Lin Ling shook his head. The process of looking for the third statue was obviously not easy, so it was better for Yu and the others to stay at home. Then he accompanied Yu and the others to talk about their childhood memories, and the room was filled with laughter from time to time. It had to be said that Lin Ling liked this kind of peaceful day very much. In the following period of time, Lin Ling's cultivation increased again with the help of the divine crystals. He stepped into the second level of the martial emperor realm and was not far from the third level. As for Yu and the others, it was even more exaggerated. They had all stepped into the third level of the martial emperor realm. In the martial emperor realm, the first to third level was the first stage, and the fourth to sixth level was the second stage. The power of the law in the second stage was extremely crazy, and the two stages were like a watershed. Unfortunately, it was difficult to increase the martial emperor realm. Most of the experts were stuck at the first level of the martial emperor realm for their entire lives, and it was difficult for them to break through unless they had treasures like the divine crystals. If he had not extorted the Sun God King and the others, he would not have had enough resources to break through. After Lin Ling broke through, he gave the divine crystals to Yu and the others. He only kept 1 or 2 for himself, because after they broke through, their strength increased even more. However, after Lin Ling broke through, his strength had doubled, and his law had reached 100,000. Moreover, he had cultivated the 5th Azura path in the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation was indeed a great law of heaven and earth. The initial cultivation had an additional 100,000 laws. Lin Ling could erupt 200,000 laws in total. Moreover, this was only the initial stage. If he reached the peak stage, the Azura path would increase by 1,000,000 laws. During Lin Ling's days of cultivation, there were reports of various things that happened in the mortal realm. Perhaps, in the eyes of the mortal realm's experts, Lin Ling had already become the sovereign of the mortal realm. However, this kind of enviable thing was a headache for Lin Ling. He was more used to being a hands-off boss. However, Lin Ling's expression changed slightly when he received a piece of news from a certain big shot in the mortal realm. Internal strife within the demon race. The demon race had 5 great demon kings. Right now, one of the 4 great demon kings was about to attack the great demon king of the east. As for the great demon king of the east, he was Xian Yuanger's father. Xian Yuanger. Lin Ling muttered to himself. It was time to fulfill a promise that had lasted for thousands of years. Yu and the others also knew that Xian Yuanger was Lin Ling's first love in his past life. Not only were they not jealous of this, but they also accepted each other. This was because they knew what Xian Yuanger had done for Lin Ling. Prepare to depart for the realm of true martial. Lin Ling's eyes were a little cold. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had promised Xian Yuange that he would look for Xian Yuange when he was the ruler of the world. However, Xian Yuange was already dead when Li Xiaoyao went there. In this life, Lin Ling also made the same promise. Now, Although he had not reached Li Xiaoyao's strength, he was qualified to compete for the world. Therefore, how could he miss this promise again? He wanted the great demon king of the East to know that he, Lin Ling, was a man of his words. He wanted Shen Yuange to be proud of him because he, Lin Ling, had come to pick her up and no one could stop him. 3 days later, Lin Ling planned to depart. "Father, are you going out again?" Lin Yi looked at Lin Ling with admiration. He was wearing a black vest, revealing his thin arms, but his spirit was trembling. Is becoming more and more like Brother Ling when he was young. Yu and the others looked at Lin Yi and smiled. They were very similar to father and son. The difference was that when Lin Ling was young, he was not as good as Lin Yi. Lin Ling suffered setbacks and relied on his own perseverance to fight for the world step by step. "After I leave, you have to practice diligently. Don't slack off. If something big happens, you have to stand up like a man and guard this place. Can you do that?" Lin Ling touched Lin Yi's little head dotingly and pretended to be serious. "Father, I can do it," Lin Yi said with his small chest out, which made Lin Ling smile happily. Then he said goodbye to everyone and set off. "Brother Ling, be careful." Yu and the others looked at Lin Ling reluctantly, but Lin Ling waved his hand. This time, he only brought 3 people with him, who were his 3 disciples. As for the rainforest Holy Land, there was Immortal came and other ancient giants, so Lin Ling was not very worried. This trip was to the realm of true martial, and there was only one way to enter from the demon area. Everyone was moved as they watched the young man leave. They were able to live happily because of that man who was there to shield them from all the storms and storms. "Go and come back early and bring back that little girl." It was not the first time that Ancestor Din saw Lin Ling go out, but every time he was very worried that Lin Ling would never come back. In the distance, Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand, then disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. "Master, are we going to the demon area? Let's turn it upside down." In the sky, Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others followed Lin Ling excitedly. It was thousands of years ago that they went out to practice with their master. "Yes, kill, 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 master, I have brought out all the villains from the prison. As long as you give me the order, I will kill the great demon king of the East." Dark Dragon Emperor waved his fist and said, "Slap." Lin Ling slapped him. "The great demon king of the East is on our side. Who asked you to kill him?" Dark Dragon Emperor nodded gloomily. "Then what should we do now?" Ancient martial god Yanggu looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and he pondered, "Before we reach the realm of true martial, we must hide our identity. If our identity is exposed, I am afraid that the great demon king of the demon clan will come to stop us. Although we are not afraid of them, it will affect us. Moreover, although you are very strong, there is always someone better." Hearing that, the 3 disciples were in disbelief. Lin Ling smiled and said, "Let's not talk about other things. Take this world as an example. There are several people that I can't see through, such as Grandma Wen Dao, or a blue-robed young man that I met in the past, called Gan Liangping. And this is what I know. There are probably some that I don't know, so it is right to keep a low profile." "Amazing!" the 3 disciples said solemnly. "Lin Ling." At this time, an excited voice came from the ground. Lin Ling looked over and found that it was Yuan Shizi and his junior sister, Yuan Shiguer. Seeing that, Lin Ling smiled. Yuan Shiguer was fine, that was good. Then he brought the 3 of them down from the sky. When Yuan Shiguer saw Lin Ling, she became even more excited, and even her body was trembling. "Ha boss, I actually met you. Where are you going?" Yuan Shizi said to Lin Ling with a smile. He was speechless. His junior sister must be so happy to see her idol that she almost fainted. Chapter 2103. Qi seeking feng shui formula and Shiguer didn't even dare to look at Lin Ling because her idol had appeared in front of her again. Moreover, this idol was the reincarnation of the number 1 sovereign. He was the most perfect man in the world. Sigh, I'm being love-struck again. Looking at Yuan Shiguer's dumbfounded look, Yuan Shizi shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Let's go to the demon area too." Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned. This trip was dangerous and he did not want Yuan Shixi to go. Master, let them go. It's more fun to have one more person. Sword Immortal Song Tian suggested. That's right. Since we've met, let's go together. Once we bring Master Gutter back, our mission will be complete. The Dark Dragon Emperor also suggested. Seeing that everyone was interested, Lin Ling finally nodded. Everyone disguised themselves and headed towards the demon domain. Right now, the demon realm was separated from the human realm, and there were a large number of experts guarding the border. Fortunately, Lin Ling and the others hid their identities and avoided unnecessary trouble. But even then, Lin Ling's group was still inspected when they passed by the border. If it wasn't for their strengths being strong and coupled with the immortal artifact that Lin Ling had forged to conceal his aura, a battle would have probably occurred at the border. Go in. A giant from the devil race said coldly. The rest of the demon race army also opened up a path for them. Lin Ling and the rest followed the large number of devils and entered the devil domain. Wow, I didn't expect the demons to build such a magnificent defense line at the border in such a short period of time. Yuan Shixi stared into the distance and said in surprise. There was a huge iron wall that was 1,000 meters tall. It stretched on endlessly, separating the human world and the demon world. From afar, it looked like a dragon crouching on the ground. This was also the first time Yuan Shixi had come to the devil domain. She looked at the devil clan of all shapes and sizes. It was an eye-opener for her. If she hadn't followed Lin Ling, she would never have had the chance to enter this place. Dear guests, would you like to ride a demonic horse? Just as they entered the devil domain, a 1-meter-tall devil dog clan member ran over and said. This devil dog clan member was thin and weak, and probably belonged to the bottom of the devil clan, so they made a living by trading. Sure. Lin Ling and the others were wearing cloaks, while Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Do you have a devil horse that goes to the east of the devil region? If they wanted to go to the true martial world from the devil area, they would have to go east. And the true martial world was the territory of the great Eastern Devil King. Yes, 100 magic stones is enough. Through the brim of Lin Ling's hat, he could vaguely see that Lin Ling's appearance was somewhat delicate and handsome, and there were 2 devil horns on his forehead. As someone who had connections with both sides, he naturally could tell that this young man's status was not low. All right. Lin Ling immediately nodded. With a wave of his hand, the Dark Dragon Emperor handed over the magic stone. Magic stones were the common currency of the demon race, and the Dark Dragon Emperor, the most ancient giant, had more or less prepared some. Rumble. In front of them, a demonic horse that was tens of meters tall leaped over and landed on the ground, quietly waiting for Lin Ling and the others to mount. Tsk, this mount is mighty. When I become stronger, I will find a demonic horse as my mount in the future. Yuan Shixi said enviously. Everyone leaped onto the demonic horse, and the demonic horse galloped into the distance. Master, I have brought little Wu with me. Have you found your little saint? The carriage on the demonic horse was well decorated. Sword Immortal Song Tian looked at Lin Ling and smiled. After he finished speaking, a small lion the size of a puppy appeared at his feet. It was extremely cute. Little Wu was the divine martial world suppressing beast. After Little Wu came out, he first licked Sword Immortal Song Tian's hand, then wagged his tail and ran towards Lin Ling. His face was full of flattery, which made him even cuter. This beast also knows how to flatter. Impressive. The Dark Dragon Emperor was secretly jealous. Hee, the little saint has always been by my side. Lin Ling stroked the divine martial world suppressing beast and released the little saint. After the little saint swam out, he immediately looked at Little Wu with joy. The 2 terrifying ancient giant beasts began to play with each other. So cute. Yuan Shixi licked his lips and almost wanted to stroke the 2 little beasts as well. Sword Immortal Song Tian squinted his eyes and said, touch them if you want to die. Let me tell you, my little Wu has the strength of a giant in the human world. As for Master's little saint, he is even scarier. Even the giants in the human world are no match for him. At his peak, he once carried my master across the world. He is more ferocious than us. So scary. Yuan Shixi's hand froze in midair. He did not dare to move. Don't scare him. The little saint is scary to his enemies, but he is very nice to his friends. Lin Ling scolded with a smile. He suddenly thought that if there was a chance, he should let the little saint recover to his peak strength. The eastern part of the demonic territory was a little quiet. Although the sky was darker than the human world, there were still scenes of sunset. At this moment, the town was quiet. Under the sunlight, it looked no different from a human village. Rumble. However, at this moment, the arrival of the giant demonic horse in the sky caused an uproar in the town. TSK, riding a demonic horse. Rich people. This demonic horse can only be ridden by the noble demonic race. In the town, the demonic race of different heights had all come to watch. When the demonic horse landed on the ground, people floated down one after another. If one looked closely, one would see that these demonic race were not tall and their looks were very standard. So handsome. The men are so. They are too thin and weak. But the women are beautiful. Are they from the moon rabbit race and the fox charming race? No, they are from the Sulu race. Don't you see their antlers? They say, the three major demonic races are all beauties. The demonic race who were watching all licked their lips. In their eyes, martial god Yungu had antlers on her head and looked like a peaceful goddess. As for Yuanshi Gugu, she had rabbit ears and was as beautiful as a fairy. These two beauties were extremely rare in the entire demonic territory, let alone in the small town. After all, the demonic race rarely had beauties. I really envy those skinny men. Are those men from the moon rabbit race? They are so fucking weak. Many demonic race said with jealousy. This naturally made the Dark Dragon Emperor and Sword Immortal Tsang Tian's face turn ugly. They almost attacked and killed the entire town. Let's go. Lin Ling naturally ignored those voices. He looked into the distance and looked for the way to enter the realm of true martial. However, he vaguely sensed that this area was not ordinary. My luck is not bad. Then Lin Ling laughed. He was currently lacking cultivation resources, but now he seemed to have found one. Master, why are you so lucky? Martial god Yungu said softly. She followed Lin Ling like a maid. This made the surrounding demonic race even more envious. They were sure that the trashy young master of the moon rabbit race must have a high status. However, no matter how high his status was, he was only from the moon rabbit race. Grandma Wendao taught me the qi-seeking feng shui technique, so I saw something good here. Chapter 2104. Was this kindness? Great! Ancient martial god Yungu was overjoyed. The few of them accompanied Lin Ling as he walked around the town. Meanwhile, Lin Ling constantly observed the feng shui. The small town was bustling with activity. Lin Ling, the few of them walking naturally attracted the attention of a large number of fiends. Young master, there are two beauties in Goldox town. They are even more beautiful than the beauties of the human race. In a corner of the street, several tall guards were following a young man. The young man had fox-like cheeks, his stature was tall, but he was somewhat thin and weak. Humph, what kind of beauty can compare to my family's Xiao Mei of the Fox Charm clan? He was obviously extremely disdainful. Because there weren't many beautiful women in the demon race, anyone with a bit of good looks would be considered a beautiful woman. Compared to them, those two from the Moon Rabbit clan and Su Lu clan are even more pure and beautiful. The guard rubbed his hands and said, "Well, let's go and have a look." That young man was still lazy, but he still went to take a look. When he followed the guards to the middle of the street, he saw martial god Yungu and the others from afar. He was shocked. Compared to the seductive charm of the seductive fox tribe, the two beauties had a different style, and they attracted him even more. He was even imagining the adorable Moon Rabbit tribe member under his body. The beautiful Moon Rabbit tribe beauty's rabbit ears would tremble. How pleasurable would that be? Halt! What are your names? How many magic stones do these two beauties cost? Tell me and I'll buy them. That young man couldn't bear it any longer and brought his guards to block Lin Ling's path. Lin Ling ignored him and continued to look at the feng shui. Sword Immortal Tsang Tian laughed. The Dark Dragon Emperor also laughed. Ancient martial god Na Yun was a little angry. By her? Could this idiot afford it? It's free. If you can take it away, I'll give it to you. Sword Immortal Tsong Tian said with a smile. He was kicked by martial god Yungu. This sword maniac was never serious, and he even dared to be sloppy in front of his master. He was asking for death. Unfortunately, the Dark Dragon Emperor also joined in the fun. That's right, I'll give it to you for free. Of course, the premise is that you can eat it. Hee, there's no beauty in the demon race that I can't eat. If you give her to me, I'll naturally open my mouth wide and eat her. The young man didn't expect Lin Ling and the others to be so forthright, directly gifting him beauties. Ha! Sword Immortal Tsong Tian and the Dark Dragon Emperor couldn't help but laugh out loud. The most ancient giant of the mortal realm, how could this puny demon race swallow it? His entire family was afraid that they wouldn't be able to eat it. In fact, in the entire world, other than their master, who else could do it? Even the sword immortals of the firmament couldn't do it. Although ancient martial god Rhyme looked gentle, it depended on who she was talking to. She was like that to their master, but to others, she was a murderous demon. To the sword immortals of the firmament, she was like a female tyrant. Scram, or I don't mind crippling you. Martial god Yungu was a person of virtue and prestige. She was naturally a fierce existence. However, in front of Lin Ling, she still suppressed her anger. Hee, not bad, I like this feisty temperament. To everyone's surprise, the young man actually drooled and wiped his saliva. Seeing this, ancient martial god Rhyme became even more furious. The sword immortals of the firmament laughed even louder. Even the primeval lord of the mortal realm was shaking his head. That guy had the guts to mock an ancient giant of the mortal realm. I told you to scram, didn't you hear me? If you ruin my mood, I'll destroy your entire family. At this time, Lin Ling finally spoke in a cold voice. Sword immortals of the firmament and the others didn't dare to laugh. Because their master was angry. In fact, Lin Ling wasn't interested in that small fry at all. He wasn't worried about ancient martial god Rhyme at all. However, that small fry was too noisy, so he couldn't concentrate. However, Lin Ling's threatening voice made the young man laugh even louder. Moreover, the entire street burst into laughter. Destroy your entire family? That young man was the son of the Fox King tribe. The Fox King tribe was one of the 3 major tribes in the area. Many demons wanted to destroy them, but they all failed. Moreover, the Fox King tribe was even invited by the 400 million demon kings to suppress the humans. This showed how powerful the Fox King tribe was. This is my first time here, so I didn't expect to cause any trouble. However, my patience is limited. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to scram. Lin Ling was still looking for feng shui, but at the same time he said calmly. Ha! The young man laughed louder and louder, and the guards beside him also laughed. They saw that the sword immortals of the firmament and the others were silent. They even thought that the sword immortals of the firmament were afraid. Kid, I don't care where you're from, but a powerful dragon can't beat a local snake. This is my world. Today, if you don't hand over the 2 beauties, I can tell you that you'll never leave this place. The young man didn't realize the danger at all. However, sword immortals of the firmament and the Dark Dragon Emperor's faces turned cold. That idiot could say anything, but threatening their master was not allowed. Let me do it. However, before they could do anything, Lin Ling looked away and said as he walked. Seeing this, martial god Yungu's heart was filled with joy. It was a feeling of happiness. Although she could kill that arrogant loser with 1 finger, it was a blessing that her master could do it personally. That was because she liked the feeling of being protected by her master. As for Yuan Shiguer, she was extremely excited. The young man wanted to say something, but at that moment, a sword light shot over. The next moment he felt a chill between his legs, and blood dripped down. The man's most important thing was gone. The young man was stunned for a moment, then he fell to the ground and rolled around like a gourd. The crowd was stunned. The Fox King's son was crippled there? What a cruel method. For the demon race, even if they were dead, they couldn't let their son be crippled there. You're lucky. Because I don't care about you, I can't be bothered to kill you. If I met the old me, you would have been dead long ago. You should be glad that I'm so kind now. Lin Ling didn't even look at the young man. After saying that, he left with the others. The crowd was stunned again. Crippling someone's son, how was that kind? They stared at the Fox King's son who was rolling on the ground and crippled there. They didn't think that was kind at all. However, it was over. The town would definitely not be peaceful today. Because the Fox King dominated the nearby area, he only had one son after many years. Now that he was crippled, it meant that their tribe's inheritance was over. Sure enough, a moment later, a large number of demons arrived. Some were tall and some were short, but they all had the characteristics of a fox. The stronger ones barely had a human face. An old man looked angrily at the young man on the ground. His entire body was filled with murderous intent. Who attacked the young master? I'm going to destroy his entire tribe. Who is it? The entire town was like boiling water, and all the demons were scared witless. It's a foreign moon rabbit tribe. A demon said nervously. Chapter 2105. Selling a mountain. At this moment, Lin Ling was still using the chi-seeking feng shui art to find the hidden treasure. However, his feng shui art was not as powerful as Grandma Wen Dao's, causing the chi-seeking process to be interrupted. Because he lacked a general direction. At this time, a large number of demons had arrived on the streets. However, when they walked, all of them were dumbfounded. According to common sense, the Moon Rabbit clan brat should have immediately fled after crippling the Fox King's son. Who would have thought that not only did those guys not run away, they even looked around and drank as they walked. Were they here for a vacation? Even the old man was surprised. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, "Your Excellency, you're too ruthless." The voice drifted over, breaking Lin Ling's train of thought. He glanced over, knowing why the other party had come. Too ruthless? Your idiot son kept clamoring in my ear, mocking my disciple. He should be lucky that I didn't kill him. Moreover, if it wasn't for me, he would have died long ago. Even your entire tribe would have been annihilated. Lin Ling said lazily. The truth was indeed so. Firstly, he had obtained Li Xiaoyao's memories, so he really didn't care about small fries. Secondly, if he wasn't here, Sword Immortal Song Tian and the others would have destroyed this town a long time ago. However, as soon as his words fell, the devil race felt that Lin Ling was crazy. After crippling someone else, he actually dared to make sarcastic remarks. Furthermore, he even said that he had shown mercy. This was too arrogant. Then I'd like to see how you're going to kill them all. The devil race roared furiously. However, the old man was as cunning as a fox. He waved his hand to stop them. He looked deeply at Lin Ling, as if he wanted to see through everything about Lin Ling. What a boastful tone. May I ask what your background is? Who is your backer? At present, the devil race was in turmoil, and there were many powerful tribes, so he still had to ask carefully. Of course, if that kid from the Moon Rabbit clan didn't have a powerful background, then he would directly kill him on the streets. Backstage. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He also wanted to know who his backer was. Sword Immortal Song Heaven and the others laughed. Who was their master's backer? Wasn't it Master himself, the #1 emperor of the 4 great eras? Wasn't his backer strong enough? I'm just a nameless kid with no background. Don't think too highly of me. Lin Ling was too lazy to talk any more nonsense. He wanted to continue looking for feng shui. However, his words seemed profound and unfathomable, causing the old man to be even more fearful. You've got guts, daring to cripple my young master. It's just that the Fox King isn't here, and he's selling the mountain. Otherwise, do you think you can leave? Moreover, if you have the guts to do it, don't tell me you don't even dare to report your own clan? The old man tried to goad him. Unfortunately, how could Lin Ling not know what they were thinking? Trying to goad me is really useless. As for what you are thinking in your hearts, you don't have to guess. I really don't have a backer, so you can do whatever you want. As soon as these words fell, all the demons were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so calm. Could it be that Lin Ling really didn't have a backer? If that's the case, all of you will stay here forever today. The old man also revealed a murderous intent. Hee, then let me remind you, don't be implicated by that useless young master, because once you attack, you can't afford to pay the price. Lin Ling smiled, but his smile turned cold. Let's see what the price is. At this point, the old man finally made his move. His strength was not weak, and he had 10,000 power of law. The demons behind him did the same. Terrifying demonic chi soared into the sky, and the roar of the Fox King could be heard. The onlookers were shocked. Those people were probably going to be slaughtered. However, just as the old man's aura erupted, everyone heard Lin Ling spit out a sentence, "Get rid of them, don't waste time. Kill." Boom. Almost as soon as his voice fell, the firmament sword Immortal erupted with an even more terrifying aura. Countless houses in the town suddenly collapsed, and the sharp sword law swept through everything. The Dark Dragon Emperor was the same, and his murderous aura was monstrous. Ancient martial god Yanggu seemed to have been waiting for Lin Ling to say that. At this moment, the demons were all dumbfounded. The strength of these three people, each more powerful than the other, and each more ferocious than the other. It was the first time in their lives that they had seen such terrifying auras. If it was just one person, it would be enough to wipe out all of the demons, but three of them? The onlookers' hearts trembled violently. They finally understood what the price was. "Wait, please spare us, we know we were wrong." Yes. Those demons were not fools, so they immediately begged for mercy. However, what happened next was obvious. Those demons were all killed. The old man looked at what happened in a daze, and his heart was filled with regret. He really should not have attacked. "Young master, you've killed us." "Yes." In the end, the old man left a sentence, and then his neck was cut off by the firmament sword Immortal. As for the young master, he finally knew what Lin Ling meant by kind. Lin Ling had already moved forward. He had heard the words, "The Fox King is selling the mountain?" Suddenly, he leaped up and used the chi-seeking wind and cloud spell again. The surrounding area was all in his eyes. There were many mountains in the vicinity. On one of the huge mountains, a large number of demons appeared there, and they seemed to be discussing the sale of the mountain. "I want the mountain thousands of miles away, 1,000,000 magic stones for it." Yes. The Fox King clan has the sharpest nose of the demons. If he says there are treasures in this area, then there must be treasures. Yes. But I don't know which one. The Fox King has given us 300 mountains to choose from. It's a bit difficult to choose. Yes. I want that mountain, damn it, it's actually an empty mountain. Yes. Selling mountains seem to be popular here. The Fox King clan found mountains with treasures and then sold them. However, not every mountain had treasures. It depended on chance and luck. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled. His chi-seeking wind and cloud spell was not perfect, so he lacked a general direction. However, after finding the general direction, it was not difficult to find the treasure mountain. The Fox King clan had a keen sense of smell. He could find the general direction, but he could not tell which mountain had the treasure, so he sold the mountain. Interesting. Interesting. Lin Ling led martial god Yanggu and the others in that direction. Selling mountains, this is the first time I've heard of it. Interesting. After listening to Lin Ling's rough explanation of selling the mountain, even ancient martial god Yungu became interested. The feng shui in this area is good. The treasure should not be weak. If I can get it, I may be able to step into the first stage of martial emperor. Lin Ling said with a smile. He was a little excited because his current external strength was very strong, but his own realm was too low, so he needed to improve. Moreover, even if his external strength was very strong, it was not qualified to defeat the ancient giants of the three clans. After a while, Lin Ling stopped on a hill and looked around. It was bustling with noise and excitement. Many great monarchs of the Devil clan were there, looking at the vast mountain range with excitement. These demons were not weak, and there were many giants among them. Obviously, they had come because of the fame. Chapter 2106. A mysterious woman. There is no mountain in the east, west, north, and south that I, the Fox King, do you want a mountain with a high treasure yield or a mountain with a low treasure yield? Is there a difference? Of course, a mountain with a high treasure yield rate usually has treasures. It's just a matter of how valuable the treasures are. A mountain with a low treasure yield rate generally doesn't have any treasures, but once a treasure is produced, it will definitely be a great treasure. Selling a mountain may seem simple, but there was a lot of knowledge behind it. Then I want a mountain with a high drop rate. I'll give you 1,000,000 magic stones. I, the Demon Pig King, have the intelligence of a pig. I can scheme against the entire world. It was a Devil Boar King, and the Fox King pointed out a large mountain range for him to choose. He was a Devil Boar King, and the Fox King told him to choose one of the mountains. Boom. In the end, the Demonic Pig King chose a huge mountain. It transformed into a huge demonic pig and crashed into the mountain. After the mountain exploded, some treasures scattered, but their value was not worth 1,000,000 magic stones. Obviously, he had suffered a loss. The Demonic Pig King truly has the intelligence of a pig. Impressive, impressive. A large number of Devil Clanists laughed, and the Devil Pig King walked back gloomily. It didn't even want the treasure it had obtained from the mountain because its value was too low. I want a mountain with a low treasure yield. Another demon appeared in the form of a red bat. With a sweep of its wings, the mountain peak exploded. However, there was nothing left other than rocks. Without a doubt, there was another burst of laughter. A mountain with a low treasure yield would depend on luck. If you were lucky, you would earn a lot. If you were unlucky, you wouldn't even get a single blade of grass. I choose that mountain. At this time, a clear voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw a woman wearing a beast skin outfit. She was very beautiful and had an extremely alluring figure. Her skin was wheat-colored, and she had a leopard tail that swayed gently behind her. She gave people a feeling of a lazy queen. Seeing this, many demons began to drool. Their hearts were racing, but they did not act rashly. Because most of the devils who could appear here had extraordinary origins. Lin Ling also stared at the woman. "Master, what's wrong?" Ancient martial god Yanggu asked curiously. Master must have been moved by the beauty. You should know that Master is free and unfettered in the world. Dark Dragon Emperor said with a serious face. Lin Ling kicked him. Although Li was indeed free and unfettered, he was now Lin Ling. That woman is not simple. Lin Ling said softly, which made ancient Yanggu martial god's expression change slightly. Her master didn't think she was simple. There was no doubt that the woman was an ancient overlord. Moreover, she was not an ordinary ancient giant. If I compare her strength, who is stronger? Perhaps because they were both women, ancient martial god Yuno's fighting spirit rose. It's hard to say. Her body has powerful soul fluctuations, so I feel like she's a bit more powerful. Lin Ling said with a frown, because he sensed that the woman's soul power wasn't any weaker than his, and it was a terrifying 500 steps soul power. In this world, it was Lin Ling's first time seeing such a terrifying soul power. Ancient martial god Yanggu gasped. Soul power wasn't something that everyone possessed, but those who possessed it were all favored by the heavens. Little Wu, remember, if you want to enter the martial god realm, you must cultivate your soul power. Because this is the foundation of entering the martial god realm. Even if your soul power is not strong, you must at least have it. Lin Ling said, and ancient martial god Yanggu nodded quickly. Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others also nodded. As expected, following Master out to train, they had benefited a lot. Lin Ling, should we be careful? Yuan Shizi said with some concern. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Although she is very strong, we have more people on our side, so we don't have to be afraid. Yes. Although he said so, he felt some pressure in his heart. Because he had not recovered his strength, he was not the strongest in the world. If the great demon king of the demon clan knew that Lin Ling was here, the entire demon clan would want to kill him. I don't think there are any treasures on that mountain. Just as the sexy woman was about to attack, a magnetic voice sounded. Among the demon clan, a tall and handsome young man laughed. The young man had long ears, but he looked like a human. Moreover, he was wearing a luxurious brocade robe and was playing with an exquisite beast bone in his hand. It seemed that he had an extraordinary background. Do you have a problem with that? The woman looked at the young man with a smile. No, I just want to remind you. Moreover, I am the high priest of the demon clan. My words can't be false. The young man called the high priest said with a smile. In a few words, he had exposed his identity. Obviously, he was very interested in the sexy woman. But the high priest of the demon clan? Is he the son of the great demon king? Isn't the high priest supposed to marry the great demon king's princess? Why is he here? Perhaps he wants to find some treasures here as a betrothal gift. The demon clan began to discuss spiritedly. The woman looked at the high priest in surprise. She didn't expect the latter's background to be so great. As for the high priest, he flipped his long hair and raised his chin so high that it almost reached the sky. He looked extremely proud. He wasn't surprised by the woman's surprise. It could be said that he was the only proud son of heaven in the demon clan. This was because the other sons of the great demon kings were either weaker than him or had fallen during the four-race competition. The high priest has the ability to communicate with spirits. What do you think? The woman smiled. You have a good eye. The third mountain at 12 o'clock. If you buy it, you will definitely not lose out. The high priest said confidently. With his ability to communicate with spirits, how could the sexy woman escape from his grasp? As expected of the high priest. Amazing. Can you give me some advice? The demon clan said flatteringly. The high priest was young and handsome. His status wasn't low. In addition, his methods were powerful. If they could curry favor with him, they might be able to earn a lot with just some advice. Oh, I've taken a fancy to that mountain. However, the sexy woman had the opposite opinion. The high priest wasn't surprised. On the contrary, the woman believed him too quickly. This made it difficult to prove his power. Then let's give it a try. The high priest played with the beast bone in his hand. His gaze swept across the crowd proudly and suddenly landed on martial god Yungu and Yuan Shiguer. Today's luck was not bad. He actually saw 3 beauties. What about you? If you want to buy a mountain, ask me. Maybe it will raise your status in the tribe. Don't miss such a good opportunity. The high priest stared at martial god Yungu and smiled. What he meant was, come and curry favor with the high priest. As long as you can make me happy, I can make you rich overnight. Go. Yes. I really envy those beauties. It's a pity that I'm not beautiful enough. Otherwise, I would also curry favor with them. Yes. You want to enter the high priest's eyes with a boar head? Yes. Chapter 2107. One more magic stone. Lin Ling couldn't help but be startled. He couldn't understand where the high priest's confidence came from. Could it be that he didn't know how terrifying that sexy woman's strength was? From a certain point of view, that woman was a great demon. Furthermore, he even dared to tease his disciple? Lin Ling smiled. What are you laughing at? If you don't have the strength, don't bring a beauty out. When the high priest saw Yuan Shiguer hiding behind Lin Ling, he immediately became unhappy. Hee little guy, don't look at things on the surface. There's nothing wrong with keeping a low profile. Some people aren't as simple as you think. Lin Ling shook his head and said with a smile. As soon as his words fell, the demons were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. Could it be that the brat from the Moon Rabbit clan wanted to say that his background was not small? What a joke! No matter how powerful his background was, how could he compare to the high priestess? In reality, Lin Ling wanted to talk about the sexy woman because she was definitely a demon king. The alluring woman's eyes flickered. She could faintly hear Lin Ling's words. That brat from the Moon Rabbit clan had seen through her true identity? There's no point in talking too much. Let's try to break open the mountain. The sexy woman was still firm in her opinion. As for the high priest, he was the same. He bought the mountain he had his eyes on. Open mountain. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the 2 mountains exploded, causing treasures to scatter all over the ground. Shockingly, there were large quantities of devil stones, as well as rare items such as devil angelica and devil ginseng. However, upon closer inspection, the mountain chosen by the high priestess was clearly much more rewarding. Beautiful lady, you've lost. The high priest raised his long hair proudly. Unsurprisingly, the high priestess ignored the flattery. The devil pig king even tried to seduce the high priestess, but the high priestess ignored it. As for the sexy woman, her eyebrows were slightly furrowed. In truth, her soul force was strong, but she wasn't good at using her soul force to search for treasures, so she didn't expect to meet an opponent. How about one more time? The sexy woman smiled. Hee hee, you risked your life to accompany a beauty. Today, I'll make you convinced. The high priest nodded. Then his eyes became serious. His hands moved rapidly, and an altar appeared in front of him. He was offering blood as a sacrifice. Priestess, activate the magic and summon the spirit. After a low shout, he made his choice. Sirs, you all have a good eye. Those mountains have a low chance of producing treasures, but the two of you were able to gain something. This shows how strong your abilities are. This time, I hope the two of you will be able to reap a great harvest. The Fox King said with a smile. Although he was a little jealous of the two's gains, with the two of them around, he could spread the news and attract more demons to buy the mountain. Looking at the high priestess's confident look, the sexy woman frowned. She didn't choose to buy that mountain. Her frowning look was somewhat cute. Seeing this, the high priest slowly admired it. Then, he looked at the beauty beside Lin Ling and felt even more satisfied. What about you guys? Do you dare to play with me? You don't have to fork out the money, and the spoils will belong to you. You just need to accompany me on a tour of the demon domain. The high priest said with a carefree smile. Lin Ling was speechless. He suddenly smiled and said, "Choose the one over there." His words were obviously directed at the sexy woman, which made the latter a little surprised. The high priest was stunned and then laughed loudly. "Little guy, don't give out random pointers. It won't be good if you harm others." This Moon Rabbit Clan kid actually overestimated himself and wanted to give others pointers? Laughable, extremely laughable. It had always been him, the high priest, giving pointers to others. Who could compare to him? The crowd was also stunned. Giving pointers to others to buy a mountain was a thankless task. If others bought it, the harvest had nothing to do with him. If others didn't buy it, they would definitely blame him. That Moon Rabbit Clan kid was simply stupid. However, the sexy woman probably wouldn't care about him. Alright, I'll choose that one. However, the sexy woman's next choice stunned everyone. She actually believed it? How could this be? Of course, even Lin Ling was very surprised. He had casually pointed because the high priest had ridiculed his disciple. He had no choice but to slap such a person in the face. Hee hee, if I lose, then I'll be bankrupt. Young master of the Moon Rabbit Clan, from now on, you'll have to support me. The sexy woman stared at Lin Ling and laughed. What? This beauty is willing to follow the Moon Rabbit Clan kid? How enviable. She must be joking. The demons were all envious. Although the beauty's words were mostly jokes, at least the Moon Rabbit Clan kid could be teased by a beauty. This was great luck in love. At least, they didn't have such good fortune. Scram. However, Lin Ling's cold words directly shocked everyone. The Demon Pig King's pig head almost fell to the ground. Who knew that the Moon Rabbit Clan kid would be so unromantic and would ask her to scram? If it weren't for the fact that they were selling a mountain, they would have torn that kid apart alive. He was too shameless. Even the sexy woman was surprised, but she soon giggled. Her full breasts bounced like rabbits, extremely alluring. What a character! Then, she ordered people to open the mountain according to Lin Ling's instructions. Lin Ling sneered. That demon king being his slave? What a joke, he wouldn't even want it. Boom! Boom! After 2 explosions, the treasures scattered on the ground. Looking carefully, the treasures on both sides were actually evenly matched. How could this be? The high priest wanted to make Lin Ling lose face. Who knew that the other party would casually point and gain the same amount of treasures as him. And the Moon Rabbit Clan kid was a trash existence. He was the high priest, and his gains were equal. In reality, he had lost. So powerful is this luck? The demons were surprised, and even the sexy woman was the same. She believed Lin Ling because her sharp soul power sensed that Lin Ling's soul power was not weak. Who knew that he had such a move? And now, he was evenly matched with the high priest. This was an amazing result. Good taste, sister will dote on you in the future. The sexy woman couldn't help but be happy. Scram! Lin Ling was still as cold as ever, which made the sexy woman very depressed. Was she not sexy? Was she not beautiful? With her status and beauty, she was teasing the other party, but she was defeated again and again. How could you be evenly matched with me? You must have bumped into dog shit luck. At this moment, the high priest was angrily staring at Lin Ling, feeling incredulous. Who said I was evenly matched with you? The mountain I chose still has a stone that has not been opened. After opening it, there is a demon stone inside. Lin Ling said lazily. The sexy woman sucked in a breath of cold air. There were countless stones in a mountain, and this Moon Rabbit Clan kid could see the treasures in a stone? This was too godly. A devil immediately rushed over and opened the stone according to Lin Ling's instructions. In reality, the stone was only the size of a millstone, but that kid from the Moon Rabbit Clan knew that there was a devil stone inside, so he couldn't help but be surprised. However, after breaking the stone, he was even more surprised, because there was indeed a palm-sized demon stone. As a result, the high priest was so angry that his face turned black. Lin Ling's gains were slightly better than his, and he only had one more demon stone. Chapter 2108. 3 mountains. Moreover, a Moon Rabbit boy had barely won a devil stone from him. How could he stay in the demon race in the future? Even if he married the Eastern Demon King's daughter, others would laugh at him. The jaws of the demon race dropped to the ground. They felt that the high priest had lost with just a devil stone. It seemed that the high priest would be so angry that he would not be able to sleep tonight. You have some ability. How about another round? If you win, I'll kneel here for 3 days and 3 nights. I won't even attend the wedding. The high priest was clearly angry. He did not believe that Lin Ling was better than him. Good, as expected of the high priestess. However, if this Moon Rabbit Clan brat loses, his head will be left here as a reminder to those who come to buy the mountain that they should never give pointers to others. What does everyone think? The Fox King also seized the opportunity to bootlick. The high priest immediately revealed a satisfied smile. Good, I agree. Moon Rabbit boy, come on. The surrounding demon race joined in the fun. Of course, they thought that Lin Ling's previous gains were just luck. Hee hee, you're so interested? In order to win, you won't even attend the wedding? Lin Ling smiled calmly. The dignity of the high priest cannot be violated. The high priest said indifferently. Good, then I'll play with you. If you want to play, then let's play 3 rounds. If you win, then kneel for 3 years. If I lose, however many people I have on my side, I'll leave behind a number of heads. Lin Ling said word by word. His boldness made the surrounding demon race suck in a breath of cold air. Even the high priest and the sexy beauty were the same. 3 rounds to give away 3 heads? I say, don't be too confident. The sexy beauty could not help but say. In her opinion, Lin Ling was courting death. Previously, the high priest had not used his full strength and had underestimated Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling also had a certain element of luck. Scram. Lin Ling was still wary of the demon realm's great demon king, so he angrily shouted. That sexy woman was so angry that she almost spat out blood. The crowd was the same. They had never seen such a shameless person. He didn't understand the situation at all. It was simply to the point of making people's hair stand on end. Beauty, I will avenge you. The high priest sneered. His hands moved, and gradually, a demon god's celestial body appeared. Around him, an altar unique to the demon clan appeared. Stone tablets floated up. I heard that the 100 million lives great demon king is the first high priest of the demon race. Naturally, his son is not weak. Can the 100 million lives demon king summon a demon god? Moreover, he was a powerful pharmacist. The high priest has been groomed by the demon king of 100 million lives since he was a child. In the future, he will inherit his father's legacy. In the eyes of those devils, the high priest's methods were simply godly. Unfortunately, in Lin Ling's eyes, the high priest's spiritual altar was nothing more than a child's play. He only used some of the demon race's methods of summoning contracts. Lin Ling could even see that in the mountains ahead, there were many formless demon spirits drifting about, looking for treasures. Compared to the qi-seeking feng shui formula, these methods were nothing. Boom, boom. Following the high priest's finger, some of the devils rushed over to flatter him. After opening the mountains, they were immediately excited, because around the shattered mountains, the ground was littered with demon stones. It was a shocking sight. One had to know that the price of one mountain was 1 million, and 3 mountains were 3 million. However, one mountain was worth more than 3 million. We're rich, we're rich. The devil roared. The first mountain is 5 million demon stones. The second mountain is 8 million demon stones. Boom. The crowd trembled as if they had been struck by lightning. The third mountain is 10 million demon stones. The harvest of the last mountain made all the demons salivate. This was indeed a fortune, and a huge one at that. Thinking about it, 3 million demon stones in exchange for 2,500 demon stones, wasn't this a great deal? Even the sexy woman was secretly surprised. If those devils were placed in the tribe, they would be able to give birth to a large number of experts. Hee hee, in the demon race, if I say I'm the first, no one dares to say they're second. The high priest wiped the sweat from his forehead and then enjoyed the admiring gazes from all around him. At this moment, the devils naturally knew how to flatter because the high priest was a rich man. As for how to flatter him, of course, they would ask Lin Ling to do it. Kid, it's your turn. Don't tell me you're afraid. I can tell you that the biggest harvest since buying a mountain is 10 million demon stones. The high priest has set a new record in the demon realm. It's 23 million. If you anger the high priest, you won't be able to bear the consequences. The group of demons gloated at his misfortune. As for the high priest, he directly sat down, and a female servant served him tea. He slowly sipped it, and a large knife was placed beside his feet. 3 heads, I want them. He was extremely confident. However, no one thought that the high priest would lose. Can you do it? If you can't, beg me for mercy. I'll guarantee your safety. The sexy beauty also did not think that Lin Ling could win. She wagged her leopard tail and said. Lin Ling rolled his eyes at her. He still did not want to talk to the Demon King because he might be an opponent next. Yuan Shizi, find a few places with many stones. Remember, the stones must be small and sharp. Most importantly, the stones must be hard. Lin Ling said to the people beside him. The crowd was puzzled. What was the point of finding stones? Even the high priest was puzzled. Could it be that places with many stones will have more treasures? Stupid, I've never heard of such a saying. No, after we find that place, I'll leave it for you to kneel for 3 years. With small stones and hard stones, it'll feel good to kneel. Lin Ling replied calmly. As soon as he said that, Sword Immortal Tsang Tian and the others laughed. Although their master looked calm, he was still ruthless. The high priest was instantly enraged. The devils also opened their mouths. This kid from the Moon Rabbit race was too arrogant. There's no point in talking anymore. Prepare to open the mountain. Ignoring their thoughts, Lin Ling looked at the vast mountains. His eye of time also quietly appeared. Together with the qi-seeking feng shui technique, he looked for places with feng shui. The clouds follow the dragon, the wind follows the tiger. The work of a saint is seen by all. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. In his eyes, the heaven and earth stems became clearer and clearer. He could see the feng shui river under the ground. The clouds follow the dragon, the wind follows the tiger. The work of a saint is seen by all? What an idiotic method. The high priest could not help but laugh. He even forgot to drink his tea. The high priest of the demon race was different from the human race. Naturally, he could not understand Lin Ling's method. Only the sexy beauty was slightly shocked. The heaven and earth stems, looking for feng shui? Yuan Shizi, open the mountain. After a while, Lin Ling retracted his gaze and pointed to a barren mountain in the south. But Yuan Shizi was also very excited. It was the first time he had seen such a method of finding treasures. Boom! The mountain was blasted apart by Yuan Shizi. Rocks flew everywhere and dust filled the sky. All the devils looked over and were a little nervous. Only the high priest was blowing on the tea in his cup with a smug look on his face. "There's nothing,"